roasting in shadows while lying under dust. Bet it, you're gonna get it if you want it enough. Tell me, do you remember how we used to be giants? Young and you know it's coming, your blood's about to rush. All the things we said, playing in my head. Come and see about me. lost without you. Now your love is gone and taken the best of me. Nothing without you. Now your heart is gone and taken the best of me. I'm lost without you. Now your love is gone and taken the best of me. Nothing without you. Now your heart is gone and taken the best of me.
All right. Welcome to Omicon. It is amazing to see all of you here. And before I get going with my little contribution, I just want to extend a huge thank you to Shopify for hosting us, to Tobi for graciously offering the space, to Tanya for being the mastermind behind organizing everything, to Jen for the incredible aesthetics, all the visuals that have been designed for this, the custom screensavers, the logos, awesome, and Sophia for being organizing here in the space. This would absolutely not have happened if it wasn't for Tobi, Shopify, and that entire team. So give them a huge round of applause. So this is a single track event. We have a schedule popping up here in just 1 second. Yep, where you'll see, I will start off talking a little bit about Omachi, Omacon, Omicon, and after that, I'm gonna have a sit down with Tobi where we're gonna talk about the malleable computer, and then the rest of the day is packed with 20-minute sessions and plenty of breaks and plenty of opportunity to geek out, nerd out, and enjoy just a focus on fun computers. So that's what we're going to do today. And then after we're done, there is the Tuple after party at Hex, I believe. I hope everyone has had a chance to look at that and attend if you're able to. That'll be great. So with all of that, I'll get started. Very dramatic introduction here. I love, by the way, that we have not just one screen, we have a tiled screen set up with 4 tiles that'll pop in one by one in honor of our Hyperland goodness. And the first thing I want to focus on is why we are here, why I have decided to embrace Linux, and the experience that I hope we can share with far more people. And that is a celebration of computers, which sounds perhaps a little odd. Aren't we using computers all day long? Isn't computers used by everywhere in all circumstances? Yes, they are. And how many people are grateful for that incredible privilege? Not very many these days. It seems like the rhetoric and the narrative from almost every angle is how computers are the problem and the root to all evil in the world. And I find that to be very curious because I have played with computers now for about 40 years. I got my first computer back in more than 40 years. 85, I think, was when I got my first Armstrong. And as much as I got it for something specific to play video games, I also found very quickly that I simply fell in love with the computer as an object. It was not just about a purpose. It was not just about doing something with it, achieving something with it, having fun with it. No, it was also the computer itself. It was the keys, it was the aesthetics, it was simply being in front of that screen and having a direct interaction with this medium that allowed me to do seemingly everything. And that has been the spellbinding experience of the last 40 years, both as a career and as a hobbyist. And I find it curious that there's not more of an appreciation now. When I came up with the internet in the mid-90s, we had all these great tech magazines. We had Wired, we had Red Herring, we had all of these areas of the media celebrating computers, celebrating people doing amazing things with computers. And now it seems we have the opposite more of the time. We have people telling us all the bad things that can happen with computers. When we gotta get away from that. We need a full reboot and reset and a celebration of computers as objects. And not just because it's computers, but because humans create incredible objects that are far more than just about achieving some end. If you take the humble wristwatch, in my opinion, this is the greatest wristwatch of all time. This is the Rolex Daytona. It has about 300 tiny little parts in it that add up to an experience of telling the time that could be done with an also very nice $20 Casio. Computers are like that in many ways too. And the way we use them are like that in many ways too. That the mission we're on when we're trying to use it to do something could be done in a million different ways. Often far simpler, often far less costly perhaps, or less cumbersome, already prepackaged, but then it wouldn't be ours. Part of the fun of playing with computers in the way that we do, us in this room, is that we get to take the case back off. We get to tinker with 300 little balance wheels and springs and escapements and feeling like we're part of the clockwork. We're not just consumers of it. Another object that I love is the Leica rangefinder camera. I've been an avid family photographer for 13 years, is my oldest now, and most of my favorite shots I've taken with this camera. This is in many ways not a good camera because it requires a lot of you. You have to line up this weird ghost image inside of that viewfinder to get a focus. You're manually moving a little dial underneath to get it all to line up. And that seems anachronistic. It seems odd. It seems out of fitting. You could just use your phone. Yeah, but it wouldn't be anywhere near as fun. And I'm doing this in part because I want to have fun with that engagement. I want to handle beautifully crafted objects that have been created by people with a deep love for photography, with a deep love for watchmaking. These are the parallels that we should be drawing on as computer users, as people who love the computers as objects. The final example I use here is the car. I love cars. I love beautiful cars. This, in my opinion, is one of the most beautiful cars made in the last 15 years. It's a fancy Toyota, also called a Lexus. And I like this car so much I bought it 2 times. So this is why it's up here. It is an incredible machine that has a purpose, just like any other cars. It can get you from A to B. But all the interaction points that you touch, all the little dials, have been crafted by someone who cared far more than I knew anyone could care about a volume dial. That level of appreciation for creating beautiful mechanical, electronical, or digital products, I want to surround myself with that. I want to be in that mold where as much of what I do and I interest myself in is created by the kind of people who would care about this small stuff. And when it comes to computers, we should aspire to exactly the same thing. Sweating every pixel, sweating every interaction, and making it something that's truly a delight for its own sake. Not just because it's more productive, not just because it can achieve some goal faster, but because it's simply a joy to use. We need to surround ourselves with beautiful things that make us aspire for more. Now, I've shown you 3 luxury objects. The great thing about computers is that that luxury in a digital form is available to nerds like this, nerds like us. We're not going to spend tens of thousands of dollars on a watch, but but will happily spend maybe 3 times as much pouring in 200 hours at what could have been a billable rate of $200 an hour, aka $40,000, ricing our Linux setup and think nothing of it. That level of luxury engagement is really endearing. And the second thing that's endearing here is that this is a shared endeavor. We're not making just these digital watches and aspirational computers for ourselves in isolation. No, we're making it together. And I also don't think we have quite enough of this. This is one of the reasons why we're here in this room right now, because some of the fondest memory I have of my entire existence was LAN parties in the mid to late 90s. Having to get together to simply enjoy both computer games, but also computer demos, also setting up BBSs, exploring the early internet. That is a special kind of love. I've been reading this beautiful book by C.S. Lewis called The Four Loves, and I'll read just one small segment of it. You become a man's friend without knowing or caring whether he is married or single or how he earns his living. What of all these unconcerning things matters of fact to do with the real question? Do you see the same truth? That is the foundation of friendship. That is the foundation of Omicon, and that is why we're here today. To see the same truth, to rally around that same. Now, this specific incarnation of that, Omicon, came together as a curious throwaway tweet when I was excited back in July of last year, just a few weeks after Omachi had been released for the first time. And I thought, like, would it be fun just to get together? And as things often happen on the internet, it doesn't take much more than one reply to suddenly turn a fleeting idea into, okay, we're doing this, it's happening. And then just some random stranger, Sammy, saying, that sounds a little silly. Shouldn't it just be Omicon? And just going, yeah, it should. That small interaction of like, just airing an idea, it would be fun to have a bunch of nerds together to talk about this stuff, to turning it into a conference with at least the first speaker confirmed, and then someone revising what the branding should be is incredible. But that was not the first part of my Linux pilgrimage. That started a little while ago, about 2.5 years, I guess, at this point, when I first had enough of Apple and their shenanigans to the point that I was willing to throw out every beautiful piece of MacBook that I had in my office and try something else. And the first version of that turned out to be Omacon, which was kind of a prototype for what Omachi eventually came to be. It is, by the way, still around. I'd like to do a version 2 of it. I think it's very lovely, but it served a greater purpose in my mind now as the kickoff point, as the starting point of getting into this stuff. Because I don't stand here as a 20-year expert on Linux, on ricing, on NeoVim, on any of the wonderful tools that now consume such a huge part of what I enjoy about computers. I literally discovered all of those things 2 years ago. 35 years into a career of computers and playing with computers and loving computers. Only 2 years ago did I discover basically what I now spend an enormous amount of my time on. I think that is unique and very special. Now, this whole thing also came to be as a fun side quest while doing something else. So Omachi came to be in the downtime of last year's 24 Hours of Le Mans, when you spend 2 weeks in France getting ready for this amazing race, and then you have all these days where nothing happens. Well, I had my computer, and I had spent a year on Omicon, and I thought, you know what? There's room for something more. And I spent a lot of my time on a website that if you showed it to mere strangers, they'd go like, whoa, 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 calm down here. This is HR violation. This subreddit seems somehow illicit. But Unix porn on Reddit is an incredible place of creative demonstration. One of the things I really loved about computers in the late 80s, early 90s was the demo scene. The Amiga and the Commodore 64 demo scene, this engagement with the computer to create art, to create beautiful things, vivid colors, just all for the sake of it. And I found that on this subreddit on Unix porn. And a lot of what's going on here, well, all of what's going on here is Linux rising. People building bespoke, beautiful systems that look nothing like the computing experience that most people use when they use a major vendor. And I thought, this is fascinating. Now, I didn't actually want all of this exactly, but I wanted some of this in some form. And the way it became more concrete was actually with YouTube. YouTube is this other incredible gift, I would say, to the geeks of today. We can find experts who have explored terrains on all sorts of esoteric topics. And Chris Power, who runs the Typcraft channel, did that for me with Hyperland and the plethora of auxiliary projects that you need to actually create a full system. And I was spending my time at Le Mans watching YouTube videos up in my little French hotel room and getting inspired. I thought, oh, I should try that, and I should try that thing. And I had this long list of all these projects I wanted to try. And then I was also watching this other dude on YouTube, Prime, who I'd been following for a while. And he had this one video from, I think, 4 years ago, detailing how his setup worked. And what I really took away from this was, oh my God, I am not cool enough to use a split keyboard like that yet. That would be amazing to graduate to that at one point. But in the meantime, I can pick up some pointers here. And one of the pointers I picked up that really became a cornerstone of how Omachi worked was the idea that every program is accessible on a single key command. That you jump directly to everything. That it's not even the graduation to something like Raycast or other launchers where you hit a and then you start typing, and then you jump to something, which is a big step up from finding something in a dock and clicking on it, but still nothing like having a single command that, super return, just boom, pops off a terminal. Super shift return, boom, now you got a browser. And that experience and seeing it on YouTube was really inspiring. So those two influences was absolutely key to forming this, to forming Omachi. And which is why it's so very lovely that we're going to hear from both Chris Power and from Prime later today. Which, by the way, just quick aside, I love so much that we still use handles. This is one of the things I remember from the old Amiga demo scene day. Mine was Webster. I don't know why it was Webster, but that was my handle back in '94. We got Prime, we got Vaxry, whose real name I actually literally only learned, like, I think 2 weeks ago when you had to put it into something and reveal your hidden identity. That kind of fun, that kind of levity, that kind of blending of an art world of halfway Banksy mysteriousness, I think is just really fun that we can do that and at the same time produce these products that then take off. Because what was so interesting with Omachi for me was I felt like I'd already done a version of this with Omacon, and there had been people who were interested in that, and they started using it, but it was modest. Omachi was not modest. Very quickly after this launched, tons of people started using it right away. Quite to my surprise, because I was thinking, do you know what? This is a very personal system, actually. This is my setup. It has all these programs pre-installed that perhaps is not something that everyone is going to want to use. And in that encapsulation, that understanding, I think is a realization that this is what we respond to, at least in this space. We do not respond to generally products that start from the beginning trying to be everything for everyone. trying to appeal to every computer user out there. No, we respond to something far more targeted. And when we do, we can end up with something that's a much better fit. It's not a one-size-fit-all glove that kind of sits shabbily on your hand. No, it's a number 9. I use a number 9. You use a number 9. Wonderful. It just fits so much better. Today, we're doing about 50,000 ISO downloads a month. Over the period that we've even had an ISO, which was not something that was there from the beginning, I think we've done almost around 500,000 downloads, which is actually kind of a lot and far, far more than what Omacon achieved. Now, all of this, by the way, is served up deliciously by Cloudflare. I think we've done about almost 5 petabytes worth of ISOs, which is actually a sizable chunk. And this interaction with Cloudflare was a good illustration, too, of what I thought I could bring to the Linux world. Just like a little bit of modernity. Like mirrors? Are you fucking kidding me? Like, we're still finding people who can fit a little server in their university's basement, and that's how we're going to distribute all the software? Why? We've had these content distribution networks for about 25 years. Could we adopt them? Could we use them? Yes, we could. And then, of course, also Discord, which actually was not something I had used at all since or before starting with Omachi. And very quickly thereafter, we had about 30,000 users on there. But even more than that, what I loved seeing, both from the early days of Omachi and now, is all the creative setups, all the beautiful setups people are putting this operating system into. There is an enormous amount of care by an enormous amount of people for their computing environment, for the computing object, that it is more than just a terminal. It is more than just a tool to get something done. No, it is an environment in and of itself. We should be celebrating these kind of personal cathedrals. We should be building more of them. We should be encouraging them. We should be egging each other on to do more of this. Surround ourselves with more beautiful things. Now, what I really appreciate, too, about what's going on with Omachi is that it is not just speaking to the already converted choir. This is a list of operating systems accessing omachi.org. And you can see it's actually a quite neat, even 3-way split between Windows, existing Linux users, and the Mac. And I think that is one of the key elements of this new influx, this new vibe, is that it's not just the same scene. We're introducing new blood, new perspectives, new expectations about how things are supposed to work. One of the things people often celebrate about Arch is the Arch Wiki. It's an amazing resource. There are all these little recommendations and tips and tricks on how you can get esoteric software or hardware working with Arch, and wonderful, isn't that great? But couldn't we just solve all this shit so no one had to read the fucking manual? What if you just bought a new computer, slapped on an ISO, and everything worked? Even the Ethernet adapter. Just that you did not have to search through some fucking wiki to figure out the basics of your machine. We can do this. We can solve this if we choose that that is something that we want to care about. If we choose that the rite of passage to starting to use Linux does not need to go through this needless drudgery of just getting the core hardware up and running. Now, that's great, and that's our little bubble as it's growing. But what's neat about this time now, too, is that it's growing outside of that, too. Linux is on an incredible run right now. A run it has not seen on the client side in all the time that I've been watching. The joke literally since 97 or 98, whenever it was coined, that the year of Linux of the desktop was going to happen, actually might happen. After 25 years of prophecy, we are nearing an absolution here. We are nearing the fact that this is happening. When I saw that, combined with my own kind of foray here, I went like, you know what? Part of the problem here is that too many organizations are kind of pussyfooting it. They're like, that's neat, we'll try a little bit. So I went with my company and said, like, fuck it, we're burning the boats. Let's go. We're all just moving into this. Yeah, it's not going to work quite right, and you're going to have to figure some stuff out, and there's going to be some gripes. I was just listening to gripes last week about someone who couldn't get on a hotel Wi-Fi network with Omachi because we haven't solved that problem fully. And I was like, great! Here's a new mission for you. You should solve this and reap the glory of curing this problem once and for all for everyone. And Linux is full of these quests. It's incredible. It's like one of those RGBs you show up and there's a little gnome over there and just like, oh, if you go up here to the dragon, you can get all this if you just beat the old witch with the stick. And you go like, oh, that sounds like a good quest. And then there's a fucking ogre over there. It's like, oh, we should go over there and we should beat them with the big whatever ships. You're like, oh, that's a good quest. There are endless quests. Every day there's a new quest and you are invited to take any which one of them, and you can absolutely solve them and hop on board. Now, that led to a really curious experience in the early days of Omachi, where I saw a lot of this over there, a lot of love, a lot of people being really excited, and I was like, you know what? It's not right. This is way too positive. This is not the internet that I know. There is not balance in the universe yet. And then, lo and behold, 3 months later, some of this showed up. And I was like, now I know it's real. Now I know we have something. When the haters finally arrive and start shitting on your project, you can bask in the glory that you have made a small dent. And the first thing folks got really excited about was the definition of the word distro. What is a distro? What's just a script? And actually, is bash kind of bad? These were these amazing discussions we got to have, and I just basked in it, in the glory that we had provoked this existential distro. And they also had a point. Let's be fair. The first version of Omachi was a Arch post-installed script. Now, by the way, so was the first version of Ubuntu, as I'm told. So was the first version of Fedora. These also build on pre-existing packages and pre-installed afterwards. This is how most things bootstrap. This is how almost everything starts. It starts as this rickety, barely functioning promise of something better. And so did Omachi. So we quickly had to learn a lot of things. One thing was like, how the hell do you build an ISO? What is actually needed to go into this thing to get something to boot and install a new operating system in a smooth, easy manner? I didn't know that. Omachi was well down the line and I was using it. I had no clue how ISOs were built. Well, to figure it out. And Ryan and I did. And then suddenly there was an ISO, and then like, oh shit. Now one of the main attack points, this is not a distro, it doesn't have an ISO. Boom, it has an ISO. So what now, bro? Oh, well, I mean, you don't have your own package mirror. Well, we had to figure out how to do that too, in part because, as I'll get into with the packages, the AUR, the Arch user repository, was this incredible public resource, right when Omachi was taking off, was getting attacked by Chinese hackers for some reason. Still haven't figured out quite why. But it was down for quite a long time, and therefore you could not install Omachi because we were depending on AUR packages, and everything was just break. Shit, now we got to figure out how to get a proper mirror. Also because we wanted things to be fast, and Arch is still stuck in little computer under the university desk mirror setup, and we wanted to use something faster. So we got a mirror. Then finally we started building packages too. So we would not have to rely on the AUR. Incredible. And suddenly it was a distro. It's delightful what can happen when you just don't stop. when you start and you just keep going. And there's like, well, it doesn't do that. Okay, well, let me go away for 2 minutes. Now it fucking does. And it doesn't do this. Well, okay, we can fix that too. And if you do that enough times, eventually you fix everything. But why now? Why is there this surge right now around Linux? Not just about Omachi, but as I've shown in other parts of it. Well, one reason is that the existing offerings in the operating space have gotten shittier. Amazingly so, given all the time, money, and millions of man-hours poured into it. Microsoft and Windows is seemingly worse than it's ever been. So that's nice if you're trying to do something else. Like, there's a comparative advantage that just keeps improving just by the fact that your alternatives just are sliding down the slop rain into something shitty where your fucking start menu is made in React? And that's why it takes 2.5 seconds to open? What the fuck? Great, thank you. Is there a mole? Is there a Linux mole inside of Microsoft getting them up to all this stuff? Yeah, you should build your startup menu in React. That'd be great. And then everyone else goes like, no, you really shouldn't. You should just make it fast and not crash and not be full of fucking ads. All right. So this slide, this Microsoft slop slide, has inspired a bunch of people who have been using Microsoft and Windows for a long time to give Linux another try. This is Linus Tech Review, who 4 years ago tried to switch to Linux, and it wasn't ready. It wasn't good enough, so he didn't stick with it. Well, Slop has just inspired him to try again. And this time, it's going better. We fixed more of the things on the list of things that were broken. In a short period of time, Linux has become a credible alternative for gaming. Tens of thousands of games are now running awesomely on Linux. It's gotten so bad that Microsoft is apologizing for how bad it is and promising to do better. Now, I don't give them high odds of actually putting this to fruition, but if it did, wonderful too. This is the wonders of competition. If Linux is suddenly comparably better and it forces Microsoft to become better, everyone gets to use better computers. Yay! But here's the one I personally care a little more about. Mac OS Tahoe. Because I've been a Mac user, or was a Mac user, for damn near 20 years. What the fuck is this? Is someone dancing on Steve Jobs' grave and pissing on his tomb just for the sheer fun of it? How did the company that cared about the radii to the nth degree and celebrated it ended up with fucking this? It looks worse than the inconsistencies between. Terrible. It's gotten so bad that even the biggest super fans of Apple, like John Gruber over at Daring Fireball, is saying it would make more sense if we found out that the team behind redesigning the UI for Mac Tahoe was hired by Meta a year ago to sabotage their work. The Mac look clownish and amateur. This is the biggest super fan for Apple. Oh, and here's another good one from John Terry. Tahoe is the worst user interface update in the history of the Mac. Every change is either wrong-headed, poorly executed, or both. The bad ideas embodied in Tahoe reveal an Apple design team of human-computer interaction. Ouch. These two guys were part of the 6 Colors report card that's been going out every year. This is the rating for Apple's OS quality at D+. Now, that sounds bad, but wait until you hear how Apple's relationship with developers is going. That's a D-. And it's not like a D- where, well, I used to be failing and now I'm on the way up. No, it's a long slide down the same slob route that, that Microsoft was on. Now, the great thing about this, as I said, with Microsoft is if you're trying to do something else, we can hardly believe our luck. There are now so many people who are willing to give alternatives a try because the two main titans of the industry are fumbling so hard that even their biggest fans are giving them a D or a D- on the report card. Now, this is one of the techniques I really tried to study from one of the absolute saints of letting your opponents just fuck their own stuff up, is Saint Gabe of Valve, who have managed to bring Steam into the leadership position largely by just not screwing over players. Really good strategy. Now, meanwhile, all this is happening, that Microsoft and Apple are doing their best to create opportunity for Linux. Other people are actually helping in a positive direction. This is Liputan from Intel celebrating the fact that the Panther Lake chips made in Arizona are fucking awesome. I will co-sign that. There's finally something happening on the other side of the chip equation. Apple has been able to walk away with every accolade for the last 5 years since the introduction of the M chips for very good reason. They were incredible chips. And they were so far ahead of what everyone else was doing, it was frankly embarrassing. And embarrassing for Intel most of all, that they managed to squander this. But in 2021, Pat Gelsinger, CEO at the time, set off on a daring mission called 18A to bring Intel back in the game. And 5 years later, here's the wafer that proves it. One of the reasons a lot of people disliked PCs for a very long time was the fact that the battery life was trash. Absolute trash. Now, it gotten better in the last few years. There was Luna Lake last year, and AMD had something that was sort of kind of passable, but Apple was far ahead. Isn't competition amazing? Isn't it just great that this is a test of the XPS 14, absolutely trouncing Apple on one of these benchmarks. Even if it wasn't trouncing it, just catching up would have been a huge achievement and key to what we needed. It's not just about battery life, though. Panther Lake's new chips are absolutely competitive. They're about on par with an M3 in single-core performance and about on par with an M5 in multi-core performance. We did not used to have this. We didn't have this 5 minutes ago, a chip that was both battery efficient and really damn fast. Now we do. As I mentioned with St. Gabe, he has tirelessly been improving the situation of gaming on Linux to an enormous degree, and this is absolutely key to why there is this new surgence. Much of the improved statistics for Linux market share come from this. But there's also this guy. I don't know if you've noticed, but AI has sort of been occupying some folks over the last few years. And I know that things haven't always been great between NVIDIA and Linux, but do you know what operating system the new DDX Spark runs? Oh shit, it runs Linux. So even though Linus gave him the finger, he still didn't hold that much of a grudge that he's not leaning into this. All the AI workloads in the world are running on Linux. And NVIDIA doesn't hold a grudge at all. Even their consumer-facing services like GeForce Now are being rolled out for Linux, making the small number of games that you can't run natively on Steam available through cloud gaming. And this is before we've even talked about what's coming from Snapdragon, who managed to poach one of the key teams from Apple, who apparently had all the secrets to how you built M chips, and took it over there and is now delivering some amazing performance with the Snapdragon stuff. Closing the gap on the final part of the equation where Intel and x86 isn't quite there yet, single core performance, Snapdragon X2 Elite chips that also run ARM are on par with the cores that Apple are putting out. Incredible. So that's what's happening on the hardware side. On the software side, something very interesting has been happening too over the last 10 to 15 years. The total near death of key important desktop applications that aren't on the web or in the terminal. Basically, every piece of important new software created in the last 15 years ended up as a web app. Now, there's a lot of people who didn't like that for various reasons. Linux folks should be thrilled. The fact that the greatest application platform in the world works flawlessly on Linux and always has is a huge part of the reason why Linux is now a viable alternative to these other giants. And then, of course, the rise of the terminal, brought on by the rise of AI. What a curious set of circumstances that it just so happened to be that last year, with the introduction of Claude Code and all the other CLIs for AI, they were all terminal driven. Tailwind, tailwind, tailwind. All this adds up to the fact that we can now create a new kind of computer that's competitive in a new way by a bunch of geeks who look like this. Us together. Create a new kind of computer that is not trapped in this old fight between Stallman on the one side being a radical, single-mindedly, dogmatic individual who has done wonderful things for open source, but holy shit, I do not want him to be our Emperor B. Or, on the other hand, this strange-looking enterprise sales guy who represent another part of software that I don't care for much either. Not even this guy, who I otherwise would put in the pantheon of heroes of the beautifully designed computer, represent exactly what we're trying to build. Now, part of that is that all those guys had a single-mindedly obsession with owning everything. About a decade ago, I wrote a piece called Reconsider that I'll just read from here. Part of the problem seems to be that nobody these days is content to merely put their dent in the universe. No, they have to fucking own the universe. Be in the market, they have to dominate it. It's not enough to serve customers, they have to capture them. Well, we don't have to do any of those things. If we just want to build beautiful computers, mainly for ourselves and others who love them, we can put that small dent in the universe and leave these other three guys to wrestle for world supremacy. Now, the kind of computer I want to build is a pro computer, and I'll explain what that means. It's a computer made for and by people who love them. It's going to be pragmatic, ergonomic, aesthetic, and sovereign. Like peace. The pragmatism comes in large part by open licensing. This is open source, not the kind of open source that Stallman wants us to put out, where it infects everything and all of it has to be that way, but a base that's that, while inviting great commercial services. There's nothing evil about commerce. There's nothing evil about capitalism in the way that it provides us with free options to spend our money. Great. I even put my own fucking commercial apps straight into the operating system because I use them every day. And also, do you know what? That seems fair. I built the fucking thing. Dell just showed up. Well, I didn't just show it up. I've had a relationship with Dell for 15 years buying their computers on the server side. But Mr. Dell, Michael, showed up not too long ago and said like, hey, well, he didn't say, I reached out to Michael and said, please, can I have your awesome new Panther Lake machine? It looks great. And Michael replied, sure, let's do something. And now not only have we done something, we have built an incredible feat of releasing the first distro that is fully compatible with Panther Lake with the XPS series. And that's amazing. But we're also just embracing all computers, even Apple, who I do not generally care for in their current incarnation as a company. I love their vintage. We can bring all these computers into this world. Second, these computers have to be ergonomic. And a key part of the ergonomics is they have to be keyboard friendly. This is probably one of the biggest insights I had after watching Prime demonstrate his setup is that everything should be reachable instantly from the keyboard in a way where I'm just dancing through it all. Now, that requires a trade-off where usability sits higher than learnability. It's going to take a while. This is pro. This is fine. Spend an afternoon getting familiar with it. Every other computer is chasing or learnability first and foremost, and will put it before usability at any point of the day. Aesthetics. So for me, there's a direct correlation between beauty and truth. There's a direct correlation between the environment that I am in and the comfort and joy I take out of it. And do you know what? When it came to computers, we used to know this. This is a fucking gorgeous machine. This is a Danish computer designed in 1981 to just do, I don't know, some math stuff. It has an amber phosphorus display that looks absolutely gorgeous. How can we buy these computers today? Why don't computers look like this now? Even the Commodore 64, the first computer that I used, look at those browns, man. Look at those browns. Look at the goddamn interface you had when you started it up. The color coordination. This wasn't just black on white DOS shit. This was someone who knew something about colors. My beloved Amstrad. Look at that fucking keyboard. A red escape key, a blue enter key, green keys, integrated cassette player. Everything a boy could ever want. These are some VHS tapes from the 80s. How did we lose the ability to do this? We know that this was possible, that everyday, ordinary things could look this fucking cool. Holy shit. This is a scene out of Aliens. One of my favorite movies, Alien. Aliens is also one of my favorite movies, but Alien. Computers in the movies look amazing. Why don't ours? Why can't they look like this? Why can't they? We don't have sound on this thing? Maybe we don't have sound. I want this running through my veins when I'm using my computer. I want this mix of the 70s and the future, retro, going together. This is Spacefold's demo for the Party 2 in Ors called the State of Art. This was done in 880 kilobytes. Fucking incredible. We used to do this. We have not lost neither the power, the wisdom, or the skill. The future should look like the future. That was the operating principle for the design of the Cybertruck. Our computers should look like the fucking movies. They should look like they belong on a set, and they should be gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. These were 3 themes by the 3 contributors. We have Taha, Bjarne, Oljubovo. Incredible. Finally, sovereignty. The last S and P's here. Now, sovereignty is really important because it gives you the fortitude to tell people to fuck off. And to say, I'm not doing that. And that's really important. I am a big believer and supporter and frequent user of the words, fuck off. Mostly just in my head, but sometimes also on Twitter. But even more important than that kind of sovereignty is the kind of sovereignty Kathy Sierra talks about. That we should be upgrading our users, not just the product. That value is less about the stuff and more about the stuff it enables. Build better cameras, build better photographers. That applies directly to the Linux experience as it was and as it is in a lot of communities. That you have a scenario where nothing fucking works, and then almost an impossible wall to climb before you get your bespoke masterpiece. Do you know what? It's very commendable. The kind of people who were able to set up Hyperland from scratch with the entire ecosystem of everything and spend 150 hours doing that, Jesus, you have my respect. That is hard work for a very small niche of individuals. And there's a much, much broader set of people who would have fun getting to the same place on less of a wall and more of a ramp. And a big part of that is omakase. That you got to start with something that is approachable, that is delicious, that is appetizing off the gate when you don't know how all the things are supposed to fit together. The other thing is, when you want to change things, it's got to be approachable. Omachi is built in Bash. It's basically all Bash. Bash has gotten bashed a lot over the years by programmers who think it's a shitty programming language. I think it's amazing. It is one of my all-time favorite programming languages, exactly because it's so fucking shitty at doing something as basic as designing an array. Because then you just don't use arrays. And there's a lot of software that doesn't need arrays. There's a lot of software that just needs if, else, install this piece of software. Bash is great. Do you know what else is great? AI. AI is incredible with Linux for getting things off the ground and changed. Update my waybar to include a calendar when hovering over the clock. That's a prompt that I saw someone did. And then their OS just changed and it did that? What? That's not how this works in Mac OS land. That's not how this works in Windows land. You can't just fucking change your operating system with a single prompt. On Linux, you can. Finally, you should be able to make it look amazing. Barely knowing color coordination. Just going like, hey, that's a really cool backdrop. If I get Bjarne's ether here to do some stuff, my whole computer looks different. All of it? Oh, I'm game for that. Now, you're going to break it. You're going to break your computer when you do it like this. That's great. This is kintsugi. When this cup breaks, you put it together and it looks better. It's got fucking gold now. And the gold is your sweat, blood, tears, and learnings that go into it. That's the kind of computers we should have. That's the kind of peas we should put in the pot. And that's what Omicon is all about. Thank you. And now, we're going to continue that discussion with Tobi, who is not only the CEO of Shopify, who's lent us this amazing space, but also happens to be a bit of my mentor on the AI side, a person who dragged me into this new world, even when I was quite reluctant. And I want to first understand, what the hell did you see 2 years ago that I didn't see and most other programmers with the kind of lineage and existing investment into skills and setups failed to see?
Hey everyone, thanks for having me. I'm such a, I'm so bullish on conferences early around new takes on technology. We met first time, I think, in 2004 in San Diego, or 2005 maybe, RubyCon. And just getting people together who all, again, see some important truth behind something being fantastic. It's just like you end up spending time with people that you are going to keep track of and then running over and over and over again around the most exciting parts of the technology industry. And I love this keynote, David, because there's just the sheer joy and wonder that we should all experience looking at the gifts that we have been given here, that the gifts that are made by some of the people in the room and some, just the technology industry at a large. It is such a modern marvel that what's happening there. It's so positive sum, it's so good, and it's just feels underappreciated and underacknowledged in such a profound way that I'm glad that there's pockets where people do this. I find it just incredibly important to consult your sort of inner 16-year-old when as you go through life, because otherwise everyone sort of does this thing about regret minimization, which I mean not enough people actually do that either, but the people who do make better choices, but they kind of make boring choices because at the end of a life you want to get the important things right. And you, at this point, have forgotten the small daily delights that might actually reveal much larger truths to you. And our inner 16-year-olds would all be telling us, holy shit, let's go, let's build like our own operating systems, and let's go build our own technology, and also race cars. And, you know, so anyway, so you come back from Le Mans, and I was like, how was Le Mans? Which to me is like probably the coolest thing anyone on planet Earth could possibly be doing. And it's like, yeah, someone missed the pit, but like, Hyperland, man, that's really good. So that was like, that's not what I expected to hear. So, quickly, AI. Look, AI is the most incredible wonder. It's many of us, you and I, have seen many platform shifts in our careers, which is a gift to see one. We've seen many. This is the craziest one, larger than I think internet even coming to town in the way it's going to eventually sort of affect everyone. And you know, building a technology company, what you learn is you have to look at the trend lines over everything else. It's like you need multiple points on the graph, and you need to connect those things. You need to figure out if it's sublinear, superlinear, or linear. And then you connect those things. And with AI, it just was super obvious what it was getting to. Now, even I have been utterly surprised by December. Something like the magic that happened with Opus in last December is just like unprecedented, and just it became so unbelievably good that like I've gotten a whiplash from it as well. But what's so interesting, and so Shopify like itself gives like a wonderful angle to this. We shipped this sidekick thing, which you know, as a lot of software has these co-pilots in it, and we asked people very special. We ask them to be reaching for independence, reaching for you know, being entrepreneurs, which is a really, really public and courageous thing to do. And so giving them help along the way with some AI they can ask the dumb questions to, they are too afraid to ask everyone else they know, is important. And what we heard from them, and maybe this is back to your question, has been really fascinating. To them, a lot of them said like, hey, this sidekick thing is you guys finally fixed computers. Like, I have listened to you tech nerds talk about all the things that computers can do all this time, and then I sit down and try it, and they can't do any of this fucking stuff. Now, I ask a question and it answers, or I ask them to do something, and it does it. And it's like finally, I can see why you all were so excited about. And I think this is kind of an important sort of moment. We actually humanize computers here in a very real way, and I think we can actually spread the joy of this malleability of computers to many, many, many more people. I think it's indicative of what future we are going to go into.
I think that's spot on. And where it's spot on in particular is, I didn't even touch this, but Omachi in particular would not have existed with AI. And the reason I say that is I would not have had the fucking patience to trawl through the forum post to figure out why the driver for the webcam didn't work. I don't have that kind of patience to wait for it. But when you can ask an AI who can do all that trawling for you and find the answer and then just do it, it feels magic in the same way that I felt the magic of the Commodore 64. And you're like, are you telling me like you put in this tape and now we have a video game we can play at home? That's incredible. And I think a lot of people have gotten a taste of that, but quite late. And this is why I'm still curious as to what were the early data points that you saw, because I have talked about this AI things for a while, being excited about it in sort of a future sense, not thinking like this was going to hit now in the same sense. And then clearly there were other people who saw something earlier that made them convinced that we were 5 minutes away from the takeoff that we have experienced now.
I think the combination was, just briefly there, was like after the autoregressive language models started working, really just means next token prediction. Like it just sort of inversely spawned a lot of new thought on how the brain actually does its thing, how the parts of the brains contribute to each other, and there's excellent books on this topic now. I was privy to some of this conversation, and people understood basically the implications of what it means to have to predict the next word. If you think of if you ever read an Agatha Christie novel, which is like goes all the way through, and then and the killer is the sentence. To have any intuition about what the next word is, you have to understand the entire novel to this point. Like you have to attend to everything and make a value judgment. So once next token prediction actually works, you have generalized intelligence. And so you combine this with, again, the unbelievable effectiveness of the pre-training, the fact that around, like, very quickly people figured out this sort of chain of thought thinking, which ended up like being very clear pointer at like how we can keep going in the post-training. And frankly, of computation and compute and realizing what that sort of leads to. It just like you connect those things on a graph and you just kind of know where it is. Now, you can't fully predict because there's a thing called grokking, which happens at various sizes of training. There's something special happens that is sort of unprecedented. And we are seeing another instance of this right now in the ability to code. But honestly, the prediction is one thing. It's honestly just like, first you have to figure out what's true, and then figure out what to do about it. And I think we need to, like we have invented this industry, this entire world of computation, and we made our own dance based on foundational assumptions about computations and computers and their use that I think are now invalidated. And we get to actually invent a much better world. Like what is, and I think this is why I'm equally bullish on Unix, Linux, and Omachi and its incarnations of this, because sorry, I'm being long-winded about this, but like even my own company, like what we built is there was not enough people who could make computers truly dance, right? Like not everyone could program. There's very few. And so what happened is we had to collect people who could do it in companies that then look after the sort of most valuable problems, like commerce is one, and figure out how to build software that is so configurable that it actually works for everyone. I built Snowdevil, the first version on Rails, it changed my life, and it took me 1.5 months, 2 months until I started selling the first snowboards. So after that, okay, and after that, it was very quick. Building software for myself, bespoke software is just much faster to do. It took me 1.5 years with 2 other friends to actually build the generic Shopify, so that it was usable by people, and it took 20 years to make it like as good as it is today, I hope. So now we're going back to a world where everyone can get bespoke software. Like the computer is incredibly malleable, and you can basically just say what you want to it. If you want the calendar on hover, you can just tell it, and it will be able to do this. And even if it fails today, it'll succeed tomorrow, or you just need to steer it slightly better.
Yeah, I think that's the part that I'm still wrapping my head around, just how much of my interaction now goes through that mode. I mean, as someone who's been programming for well over 20 years, been used to reach for, I'm going to write some code here, to switching over almost overnight from heavily skeptic that this is real, that this is how it's going to be, then seeing the results of it and going like, okay, well, this is just how we make computers do the things we want now, is fascinating. In that vein, I'd love if you could talk a little bit about some of your own personal experience with the malleable computer. Maybe the way you've set things up with your personal memory system, how you've been taking notes for a long time, and how you made all of that accessible to the computer, to the AI, to give it back to you in form of insights in the time that you need it.
Yeah, I was super lucky with this. I kind of lucked out in a way that like I just like I mean I always took a lot of notes. I just think this is really important to sort of have a log of things. I sort of always had tools that I built for myself. That's been the extent of my programming, just to stay with it because it's my hobby, not my day job. Maybe that has changed again. But like I had tools that like sent me a random quote for my Kindle on Mondays in email, and like just sort of show me the notes from like just a year ago and 5 years ago, like in the mornings, like it just all these kind of, that was the sort of extent of it. So I was in love with that and just started collecting all these kind of things, like ETLing my Kindle highlights in there. And, you know, I'm fascinated with the amount of just like accidental chronographical autobiographies in normal computing. I bet you if you open your Wi-Fi networks and browse through them in order, you can basically reconstruct so much of your life because you see the various hotels that you travel to, and like it's just fascinating. So bring all of this in, turn it in Markdown was just my MO already, and like after we sort of figured out RAG and like this became just more and more valuable. All of this just exploded now with OpenClaw and like what happened there. My sort of tool game around this has just like accelerated because of AI got better. I did this QMD thing, which now is like my kind of favorite thing because I'm reconnecting with how wonderful it was to like do open source gifts for people that then people use and so on. So it's just like all this stuff is only possible because of the incredible march of AI. But more importantly, why like it's just like I love a sentence you can just do things, right? Like it feels like the most important rallying cry of all the people I admire the most, the people who, again, build companies, the people who build software. And it's just people who are just they respect the world around them, but not so much that they defer to it. They realize like everything is around them is made by people who are just no different from them. And in fact, or they're very different from them, and therefore you have something to add, and just like go and come back from Le Mans with Omachi and or any of these kind of things. And I just so many people have something to contribute, but not have the means and then the time and the luxury to then do something about it. And the amount of people who can do something about it is going to be so vastly higher now that just I think we should be looking at like predicting an absolute golden age of software coming. Auto research specifically will make all software fast. That's just what we're seeing inside of Shopify right now. It's just bonkers what's happening. Just with basically one new / command in Pi or any of the clankers you choose to use. And so, like this is just all happening every single week. There's like the craziest thing I've ever seen. We get to run into like each other like every couple of months, and we're just like, okay, first moment is like compare notes. What have you seen? What have I seen? Like we have to divide and conquer at this point, which is so fun. And X is the distributed global brainstorm around all this stuff. So it's just like one of the most fun parts of history. So yeah, it's just like I don't know. I'm out of a point where like I'm sure you like do this too, but like. When I'm on Omachi and like I see someone post a screenshot of a cool Wi-Fi testing tool or whatever, like it's just like I just like open my Pi and just paste the screenshots in instead and say go to Waybar and give me this too, right? Like it's just like incredible. So.
Yeah, I think that's a really key point. For a long time, Linux's problem with adoption was it lacked killer apps. There were certain things that people needed to use. They weren't available on Linux. Therefore, they couldn't use Linux. It seems we're very rapidly moving past that to the point, as you say, here's a picture of the app I want. I'm going to get some version of it. If it's simple enough, I'm going to get a great version of it. If it's slightly more advanced, maybe it's going to take some tweaking. But this idea that we can make any piece of software for any platform as we see fit. We had a shared experience where, well, the shared experience was you did and I watched, but you building this race analysis software while we were at a race test. And I thought that was interesting in and of itself, and it turned out to be very cool. But what I thought was extra cool was it started as a CLI tool. You created this race analysis tool, and then you just thought, that's not the right form factor. I actually need a full GUI. And you had it turn into a Mac app in this case. How are you seeing this sense that like software no longer is tied to a platform? We can move it between platforms. How far along are we from saying, oh, I want Photoshop native on Linux. I'm going to get it on Thursday.
I mean, I think we're absolutely there. It's just not like it's not like this is why it's so important to tinker with these things, because I think the realization of what's possible is lagging enormously with to the capabilities of what's possible. It's an awareness game. Frankly, like I think, and there's also like obviously harrowing implications of what I'm saying here, but like every piece of software that exists on planet Earth is essentially just a prompt for a better piece of software that could exist, that fits your unique circumstances now. And you can sort of suck the brains out of any piece of software by just basically giving the clanker like a web browser and having it have a go at it. Now, the thing that you're getting out of this is not like a competitor to the thing that you interrogated. It is a bespoke version to you. And it's like, I think there's actually some real kind of wonder in that, like because my sense is that ability will also just feed back onto the software that which you started with through sharing and like also like doing this wonderful thing about competition. And because again, it's now so much more tractable to make great software. Again, back to the actual race analysis thing. It's just like, you know, again, the computer is a tool for a purpose, right? Like, and you don't have to settle for the software that you use. In our case, like every single time someone connects a thing that gets data from the car, and then we open it in one thing, like a software, which is like looks like from the 90s, and then it's amazing software. It does its job, but we do the same analysis every single time. Find the corners, align the traces, and like figure out where the skills issues are, usually with me. And so that analysis is so repetitive that it just like seems very axiomatically true that like you can also define it once, explain it to a system, and then it just applies it. Like the corners don't tend to move. Like the people don't move the asphalt around on the racetrack. So after you know where they are, you can analyze them and do it over the entire files in every single lab, and then get conclusions of a quality that is beyond even what the pros can potentially pull out of looking at a screen for a moment. And those are all just steps you can take. And in fact, I bet you a lot of this, what I just said, could be literally caused to exist, at least in a TUI environment, from the transcript of my example here. That's all the prompt that it will need to get started, and then you steer from there. Now, that's not because you fully outsource everything to the computer, by the way. Like, it's not one-shot things. Like, then we did this, like it was like many rounds, and I think all programmers are massively underestimating how much impact their steering has on the process. We sort of associate typing with and effort with work, but that's actually wrong. That was a side effects of how we project work right now onto the machines that we have or did in the past. It's the understanding of a system that is the true programming, right? It's the steering and the choices that you make, the trade-offs, because there's an infinite possibility space for any kind of like there's an infinite possibility space in the game of Go, for instance, that is like complete like chess has more moves than the universe has atoms, and so it's just like the steering, the aesthetics, the choices, the do you accept login or do you need sovereignty? These kind of major philosophical conversations that you talk with your principals about are the way you are going to impact the final system, and it takes very different shape. And I think that's going to be the most important type of work that we're doing.
One thing I'm curious about, and I jump back and forth between these modes, sometimes multiple times on a single day, is trying to internalize where all this is going while living in the present. While living in the present, where not every time I give Claude or some other model the steering I think is great steering, I get something that I want to keep. Do you have any of that where it feels like it's very tempting to live in what we would imagine 2 model hops from now is, and then you got to square with the present day reality that it doesn't actually always kind of give you what you want, or in the way, or is even perhaps productive, that you can get trapped in some of these loops? Mm-hmm. I'm curious how you see the sort of, how do we square where it looks like it's going with what we have today?
Well, look, the progress is so fast that this is, like, if something doesn't quite work, you can just wait a minute. So it's like we are sort of at the side part of a curve where progress is so fast. I do think, well, that makes it even more imperative to ask things that it can't do frequently, because it's like interrogating the boundaries of capabilities actually teaches you a lot about what software is, what input, what you do. Again, it's called mostly context engineering now, because what you're doing is like you're providing the context, sometimes in the form of a code base that you start the agent in, but often in the words, to make it so that the system can plausibly solve the task at hand. And if that doesn't work, often that has implications for the context that you have provided, right? Like maybe there's a README missing, maybe there's an agent empty missing. Very often a skill could be added that explains how to, debug or performance optimize a Ruby code base, and then it can do a much better job because it can benefit of all these kind of things. So the reason why this is so important to do now is because the baseline of what it can do one shot without requiring anything from you keeps going up. And why is this therefore important? Well, look, a lot of us here are like probably similar vintage, right? Like a lot of us are probably of similar ages. We all, or at least many of us here, have seen similar platform shifts in the past. And we remember the Amstrads and the like Amigas. We remember the 368s. Thank you, Jesus. We knew what their boundaries were. And it's surprising how often that's actually valuable, like knowing the sort of relative speeds of the various things that, like, just like when we have interns at Shopify, we obviously have to explain the difference in speed of I/O to network to memory, and it's just like this is intuitive stuff that we'd never even think about for people who understand computers from back in the day when they had to have a spinning disk that you could literally listen to as it was speeding up when you did I/O. So I think that's important. So understanding them at their limits is only possible for a short while longer, I think. And exploring them right now is something that you can't really reproduce later.
That's great. Let's end there. Thank you so much to Tobi.
Thanks for having me.
And
all right, hey. Originally, we were going to have Bjarne come up, but we're going to take the 20-minute break now. Shockingly, DHH went over. What? I know. I can't believe this has actually happened. Oh, my gosh. So we're going to do a 20-minute break, and then, Bjarne, you're going to come up here. That means bear, by the way. Learned it from him. There you go. So break. Now, hands in. All right.
yeah, where are we in that schedule? I have no fucking idea.
We're at 11:20, so that effectively took the slot that Bjarne was going to take.
Okay.
So what we can do is we can compress lunch a little bit.
That was what I was thinking. We had an hour and a half. That's what I was like, yes. Yes.
all these things that we took for granted. We've lost dancing. This year we've had to lose our space, we've lost dancing. We've lost hugs with friends and people that we loved, all these things that we took for granted. We've lost dancing. We've lost dancing. If I can live through, we've lost dancing, this next 6 months, we've lost dancing, day by day, we've lost dancing. If I can live through this, we've lost dancing. What comes next will be marvelous. What comes next will be marvelous.
I'll be waiting for you outside till the sun comes up. I'll be waiting for you outside till the sun comes up. For you. For you. For you. about me when you taking my ride? Leave me empty inside. Do you think about me when you keep me on hush? Looking out for your rush. The air is fresh outside. I'm free to vocalize. No longer holding on so tight. And I can dance till I want. And I keep moving up till I can't see you deep inside my rearview mirror. I'm not broken, I'm free. Write a song in the breeze. Flip the script, no I tease. I'm not broken, I'm me. I don't need you tonight or the rest of my life. Air is fresh outside. I'm free to vocalize. No longer waiting on the side. And I can dance till I want. And I keep moving up till I can't see you deep inside my rearview mirror.
I don't wanna be broken and quiet, shut off and tired at times, but I am. I don't wanna be distant and cold till nobody knows the person I am. Or maybe a drop into my lemonade, a bitter taste, the pain away, just something to thin the blood. I don't wanna be woken up. I am a broken mirror, shut my eyes and I'm a different person every night. I am a broken mirror, shut my eyes and I'm a different person every night. I am a broken mirror, shut my eyes and I'm a different person every night. I wanna burn it, rip off my disguise and I'm a different person every night. I wanna be life in the soul of every cold room that I touch. I wanna be acting the fool, subtle and cool, it's all that I want. So slip a drop into my lemonade, but nothing takes the pain away. And I know that you understand. I don't wanna be who I am. I am a broken mirror, shut my eyes and I'm a different person every night. I am a broken mirror, shut my eyes and I'm a different person every legs no longer move. Never had a thing to lose. I met you and now I do. Oh, I'll be there with every single step you take. When the road is long and it's hard to face. Oh, I'll piece you together, will never let you break. And I swear that I'll never walk away. And no, I will follow you. Light up the night, like the stars and the moon. And no, I'm gonna follow you. Stay by your side when you need me to. I will follow you. Yeah, I will follow you. Yeah, I will follow you. I will follow you. Till the oceans we once knew become dry to valley views, yeah. 'Cause your heart will always bloom. Oh, I'll be there with every single step you take. When the road is long and it's hard to face. Oh, I'll piece you together, will never let you break. And I swear that I'll never walk away. And no, I will follow you. Light up the night like the stars and the moon. And no, I'm gonna follow you. Stay by your side.
No, it goes like a normal. I think we're basically at
Follow you. I will follow you. Yeah, I will follow you. I will follow you. Yeah, I will follow you.
I really come to like
Yeah, I will follow you. I will follow you till my legs no longer move. Everybody got a couple things. Baby putting on for the switch. Baby he the realest. Everybody got a couple things. Baby having 4 or 5 kids. Baby got children. Baby feel drug dealer. Baby ain't tough, he a rap. Baby make classics. Baby in the hood getting active. Baby keep it real with his people. Baby like a preacher. Baby probably still selling roof. Baby putting on for the switch. Baby he the realest. Everybody got a couple things. Baby having 4 or 5 kids. Baby got children. Baby probably still drug dealer. Baby ain't tough, he a rap. Baby make classics. Baby in the hood getting active. Baby keep it real with his people. Baby like a preacher. Baby probably still selling roof. Baby putting on for the switch. Baby he the realest. Everybody got a couple things. Baby having 4 or 5 kids. Baby got children. Baby probably still drug dealer. Baby ain't tough, he a rap. Baby make classics. Baby in the hood getting active. Baby keep it real with his people. Baby like a preacher. Baby probably still selling roof. Baby putting on for the switch. Baby he the realest. Everybody got a couple things. Baby having 4 or 5 kids. Baby got children. Baby probably still drug dealer. Baby ain't tough, he a rap. Baby make classics. Baby in the hood getting active. Baby keep it real with his people. Baby like a preacher. Baby probably still selling roof. Baby putting on for the switch. Baby he the realest. Everybody got a couple things. Baby having 4 or 5 kids. Baby got children.
Microphone on. Hello. All right, everybody. We need the butts in the seats. If you can hear me, you gotta be quiet now. Hey, I'm looking at you. Yeah, I'm looking at you. You guys get in your seats right now. Andres, get in your seat. Don't make me come around and tell everybody to get in their seats. Hey, you, in your seat. Yeah, it's time to start. It's time to, you know, we're moving along here, okay? Thoughtless, in your seats. All right. If you can hear me, you gotta stop talking. If you can hear. The Wi-Fi password? I don't know if I'm supposed to say it on stream. Stream, no hacking, okay? We're not doing that right now. Ask somebody that's not on the microphone. Thank you. I leak everything. This is like a first time I didn't leak something. All right, we have a really amazing talker coming up. We're not really doing introductions, so Bjarne, come up here. You're gonna crush it. Do you want?
All right, can you all hear me? Perfect. There, right? Yeah, let's try again and wait for a screen. Here it comes. All right, so my presentation today is that your rise is mid, but let's fix that in 10 seconds. Everything I do today mostly will be live demos, so let's see how this goes. So this is Ether, right? You probably saw it in the introduction. And so let's do this in less than 10 seconds, okay? Yeah. Let's find a wallpaper on from Wallhaven using the Safe to Work wallpapers. And we click Extract to extract the colors from the wallpaper and click Apply. Now, your rise will be better than it was before. This is how quickly. Oh, I thought it was muted, but that's fine. This is how quickly you can create your own theme in Omachi using Ether. It's really, really nice. And it's all done on top of what was made right before, how it works in Omachi. But of course, it has a lot of things around it. We'll go through that later. So my next part here now will be just how does theming work in Omachi, just to go a bit into detail here. Oh, wrong button. All right, so let's just take two themes, two like easy, straightforward ones. You have the default Tokyo-Night theme from Omachi. You can see on the left side there. This is the file system, so you have the backgrounds folder with, is it 4 images, wallpapers that's being used. You can see it has numbers from 0 to 3. That means the 01, the swirl buck that you see, like the main wallpaper that's being used by the Tokyo-Night will be the first one. And then like if you use the selector, you just go through like 0, 2, 3. So that's the reason for a naming convention here. All the themes have a file called colors.taml. this file, you can add your own custom colors, so you can define the, well, more or less the entire operating system the way you want. Of course, that's not including GT key styling and stuff like this, but it's what comes with Omachi, more or less. So my example is I will just create a bare bones theme where we can see how it works. That's on the right side, just a background image, and it has the colors.toml file. The icons theme for your icons, and of course for NeoVim, because that's what I'm using. Right, are you ready for a live demo? Yeah. Wrong. Just find the correct, yeah, let's just do it from the beginning, okay? There it is. So, this is how the colors.toml file looks like. You can see you have some accent color, cursor color, foreground, background, and selection foreground and background. So that's the new additional colors you have. For example, selecting stuff in your terminal. Let's just view it like this. There you can see the color. But you also have the good old ANSI color definitions that's being used by terminal. These are colors from 0 to 15. I'll go through what that really means, because the naming convention is not great. But this is what it takes, including my NeoVim Lua file, of course, which is customized based on my own color scheme. But I made this for Omacon, and let's see how it works, how it looks like. So you can just set it using the terminal, or you can also use the graphical user interface, but I just call it Omicon, and this changes it. So this is what's needed to make a theme work in Omachi. Nothing else. Let's just look how, this is how it looks, more or less. It's really cool. You don't need to spend that much time, right? In these days, you can use AI, you just have an ID. You want this warm, kind of cozy, forest kind of theme, and you just put that into AI and just update my colors.toml, and then you just have a new theme like this. Really, really cool. Just to explain a bit about these ANSI colors. These tables are made using AI, because I know Prime doesn't like markdown tables in AI, so that's why I did it like this. But where you can see here, like, what's, for example, color 4, what does that even mean? Because you don't know just looking at color 4, what does it mean? So I added a description here. This is usually blue. That's the placement. That's the main colors. 0 to 7, that's the main colors used by terminal. The colors from 8 to 15, that's the bright colors. Now, even though it says it's black, red, green, and that's the usual position that you would use these colors, it doesn't mean you need to put red in the red position. Like the Osaka Jade theme, for example, is using more green colors in different positions there. But like for how it's supposed to work, red goes to red because that's for error messages and stuff like this. So that's how it works. Yes, so in Omachi you have a lot of predefined templates, like for Hyperland, for your terminal, and many other templates. But when I joined this community, I think it was in July on Discord, you quickly saw that many people wanted their custom, RISE, the custom application working right. That's not part of Omachi. So later, I'm not sure how long a time ago it was, but it was introduced so you could have custom templates. So in this example, I've used the Kava terminal, like this visualizer for music, right, as an example, where you can just put a template file within the Omachi themed folder. In this case, it's kava.conf.template, and then it will just use some some variables to update your template and transform it into your configuration file, right? We'll look at the files afterwards. So when you, yes, and then of course it will not just work by default, it will create the configuration file for you, but you need to apply it somewhere as well so the system picks it up, right? And that's where the hooks come in, right? You have this, for example, as a user, a theme set hook that will run when you set a new theme. So it will just run bash code within this hook, more or less. So what I did here was adding some bash and configuration just to update and set the correct theme name for Kava and move the file into the correct directory in Kava. Right, let's have a look at it. If I can find the correct location. Yeah, here it is. So here you can see this is the Kava config template file. You have the background, accent, and some gradient stuff, and color 4, 5, 6, and accent here again. And you have a hook. So this is more or less the hook that will move everything where it's supposed to be, update naming, and reload Kava. So it might be some music here now. Let's just start Kava. Here you can see this is how it looks. And let's just reset everything back to the main theme. Let's close it there. So let's see that it works. Start some music from Cleamp. Nice lo-fi music. Yeah, there you can see it. So let's hope it works when you do this live. Omachi theme set. Okay. Then you can see it changes. So this means you can do whatever you want in Omachi. It's not limited to the templates that are predefined. Yeah. So that's how it basically works in Omachi. Of course, there's more to it than this, but I won't go into all the details here. So now I just want to show how like Ether works. So the way I describe it is kind of Adobe Lightroom for Omachi theming. Ether was made, firstly, it was a while back just as a demo, right? It was based on GTK and just using the default components in GNOME and used Pywall as the color extraction backend and image magic and stuff like this, right? But it's grown into more like this fully fledged tool that has Omachi as the default operating system. Of course, you can use it for other distros as well, but it's not that great compared to in Omachi. Yeah. Yes. Ether can do many things, so I just added a few things here, like it has the extraction, right? Different modes for extracting. It has a contrast checking tool, so you can see that it's accessible if that's something that concerns you. Of course, if it's just your private team, it's probably not that nothing you need, but of course, if you are gonna put it out on the internet so other people use it, it's great to have a great contrast. It has a wall-heavy integration, it has an image editor, and a lot of templates, and of course it has a command-line interface mode. But let's just look into the user interface here, how it really works. So you saw this initially. I found a wallpaper, let's do this one more time, let's just use the same wallpaper. And you can see up here, is the size okay? We can do it a bit more like this. It has an auto-detect mode. That's the default that is set up. So you can click extract and you can see the colors there are putting into like this is the color 0 that you saw from the tonal file, right? This is the one for red and so on, and this is the bright ones. But it had different ones, like monochromatic if you just want something like this instead, because some people do. Let's just apply and see how it works. then you can see the theme is like this. And if you want more pastel colors, here you go. It has more material colors and muted and so on. We can just look into the material, how that looks. It was a bit more darker colors. So you can see it's that easy. It's also easy to change how this looks and feels, because many people, of course, you get this wallpaper, you do an extraction, but it doesn't quite feel right. It's okay, so let's just extract it one more time. Let's say some people want more vibrance to it, then I just have sliders for it, so you can just do it like this. If you want it more or less, same for saturation, if you just want it more muted, right? Better contrast and so on, you have many different adjustments here. It also have like some gradient generator, so it would just create some colors. We will not go into this right now. But if you, let's say you just want to change one color, then you just find it here, you click it, and then you have these sliders, you have everything you want when you're gonna change a color. It has predefined for lightness, because if you just want to fix the shade a bit, you don't want to just open the color wheel and find it, so it's much easier to just have this in place. Same for saturation, you can pick a different hue, and this analog is here. But of course, you can just go up here and adjust it as you want. Pretty straightforward. And it has keybinds for copying the hex code and so on. You can lock the color. For example, you just don't want to change these two. When you want more vibrance, right? You can see it stays the same. And you can select multiple ones that so shift click, let me see if it works, yeah. These are the ones you want to do something about, right? And clear it. And if you don't have any imagination, you can just do this randomly, click a button, and there you can see it's just quite something for you. Yeah. And you can do custom template overrides. For example, if something is off in the template, you just want a different color for a border for Hyperland, for example, well, you can just change it there. Yes. I'll quickly go through. It has a image editor. So you can just click edit on the image if you want more or less brightness, like everything you would expect from a tool like this. Because you can have different, like, you want it to feel differently based on your colors. So this is how you use it. We don't need to go into details here. And then you can just apply it, and then you will just get a new wallpaper. It has much more. You can have local wallpaper folders, so we have stuff like this. You can have favorites like this. So you just go into here, pick this one, and just extract and apply. And you can save it as blueprint, and I can export it as a Omachi theme if you want as well. So you can distribute it to, well, other people. So that's like quick introduction to Ether. It has a headless mode as well. Won't go into depth here, but you can use it from the terminal. So let's go here. Here you can see it has everything. This is a new feature for many things here. So this means you can also use AI, like Claude, start that up to create new colors in Ether. So let's just do it like this. So use Ether, see Ether help to add a new color scheme. Make it a warm, cozy palette. So let's see if it works. Then you should do it live, so you will see the update here. It's using the IPC protocol to talk to the application. Yeah, I set it to medium, so it wasn't high effort. Yeah, here we go. Oh yeah, it's going through the blueprints and everything first, just to see if it finds something similar. Still thinking. Yeah, there we got a palette. So let's try it. So now it's just doing an import. This was not how it was supposed to go, but of course it works with that blueprint as well. It created a blueprint for me and imported it, but you can see it works. We'll just continue to the next slide, but more or less you can update this one live as well using AI. Yeah. So that was a live demo. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, and I went through this as well, so we don't need to go through it right now. Yeah, then let's just continue to the themes. What's great about this, it's a large community with many people creating themes. And like custom themes, they just want their own way by, right? They want everything to be theirs, more or less. And it's really cool to see. You can see it on Discord. But yeah, this is Vaxry's desktop. You can see it's blurred and has this, because it's not safe for work, so I can't really show it here. You can do it like this for people that write Rust. And here's some from the open source. So this is from Hancor, Solitude, really cool one. You can see it's a custom waybar up there, so it's using custom configuration that you can do as well if you're using the themed and templates and hooks. Here's Etheria by Dizzy, really vibrant colors. Omachi 95, that's really awesome. And here is Armies by, I don't know how to say his name, so let's just skip it. And this is a really cool one, the Retro Fallout. You can see the terminal behind there. It's using, I don't remember the name, it's software you can download so your terminal can look like this. It's really, really cool. Yes, here's the channels. As mentioned, it's 32,000 people here, and the theming challenge is the Omachi themes, and you have a showcase. Right. So now everyone create a theme and tag us on Twitter. It's really cool to see what people create. And for the introduction, I take that as the last slide. So my name is Bjarne. I work as a CTO for Unite. That's my daily job, which is a Scandinavian media tech company, doing subscription in more or less. That's what we do. So I'm the creator of Ether and Client, but you probably saw the music command line interface. And here's my Twitter. Yes, that's me. Thank you all.
Hey, why don't you come on up? Come plug it in. This time we're going to do something a little bit different. I'm going to introduce him while he plugs it in, so that way it's more efficient. You may not know this person, but he's taller than me, and I hate being height mogged. But I think I'm mustache mogging you. Like, really, we might have to measure it. We can get really close.
We'll get really close with it.
All right, this is Chris Power. You probably know him.
Let me just go back in my slides really quick and show off my whole entire presentation in reverse. Okay. Welcome, everyone, to the Big Apple. I probably shouldn't say Apple at a Linux conference. My name is Chris, and if you don't know, I go by Typcraft on the internet. And this presentation, before I get into the details of it, I just want to craft a little bit of a story for you. There's one word for this presentation that is the theme for this presentation. That word is inspiration. Now, inspiration's amazing. It drives forward inventions, it creates new ideas, and people solve interesting problems when they're inspired. And it comes in many forms. We know some of the greats, right? Like Isaac Newton, he saw an apple fall from a tree. That's a real picture of him. And it led to the theory of gravity, right? There's Percy Spencer. Who knows who Percy Spencer is? I just found this out recently. He noticed that chocolate melted in his pants near his radar equipment. Also another real picture. But that led to the invention of the microwave oven. Linus, there's a great story about losing access to BitKeeper, and so he figured he'd build a versioning system himself. I'm reusing this from DHH's slides. I was very upset when he used it in his slides, but that led to the invention of Git. So let's say maybe you're a developer, and you happen to come across this post on Twitter. Who remembers the Windows 95 girl in a bikini sort of guide to Windows 95? Maybe you're inspired. So that's what this talk is about today. The sexiest Omachi guide for you. Now, if you're hoping to see me in a bikini, unfortunately, the initial end user testing of me in a bikini was not very good. You see my wife is disgusted. My dog can't even look at me. But I was inspired, and I created a little bit of a guide for anyone who might be new to Omachi and wants to learn a thing or two before they just kind of start pressing key commands and figuring out things the hard way. So this is a live demo. It may not work. If the sound doesn't work, then I'll just walk around the room and chit chat with you guys while it's playing. But this is going to run live on my computer. I'll explain a little bit more how it runs, but let's see how it goes. You see we're starting the Omachi manual tour. Features of Omachi is the key bindings cheat sheet. Now you can open this by pressing Super K, and you can navigate this list of key bindings by going down or up. But something else you can do to navigate is by fuzzy finding by typing in the search box. Go ahead and type something in the search box, and then you can see the hotkey for opening that program or taking that action. Lazy presentation, by the way. I'm just going to watch.
Hey, that's pretty cool. In Omachi can be opened by pressing Super Space. Now you can fuzzy find all of the apps that you currently have installed on Omachi. Let's search for Chrome, and when you hit enter, it will launch that application. Pretty neat and very powerful. Now let's show off how to manage our windows in a workspace in Omachi. Let's open up a few programs first. We can open up a terminal with Super Enter. Let's open up another terminal with Super Enter. And then we can open up our file browser with Super Shift F. Now you can swap these windows around by holding Super and Shift and hitting an arrow key. Left will go left, up, right will go right, up will go up, down will go down, of course. You can also go full screen on your active window by typing Super F. And you can toggle floating, which allows you to actually float your windows around by typing Super T. Then you can close your windows with Super W. That is the global close window command in Omachi. Grouping your windows is a pretty powerful feature in Omachi with Hyperland under the hood. Let's open up a terminal to show off this feature. We can open up a terminal with Super Enter, and we can type window 1 to make sure we know which window is which. Now we can start grouping with Super G. We press Super G. Now let's open up another terminal in this group with Super Enter. Now we can type window 2 to make sure this is window 2. We can then open up another terminal with Super Enter and type window 3. Now you can navigate this group by typing Super, Alt, and Tab. This will go through all of the windows in this group. And if you ever want to ungroup your windows, you type Super G. That will ungroup all the windows that you'd previously grouped up. Favorite feature in Omachi and all tiling window managers in general is using workspaces. Workspaces are really powerful, and they make me feel like I'm just flying through my system with ease. Let's show off how to manage our workspaces by opening a couple of terminals. We will type Super Enter and Super Enter again. By typing Super Shift and the ID of the workspace, we have now moved this active window to a different workspace. Now to switch workspaces really easily, we can type Super and the ID of that workspace. So typing Super 1 will go to workspace 1, Super 2 will go to workspace 2, and so on and so forth. And you can easily cycle through your workspaces by typing Super Tab. This will go from left to right through all of your workspaces. Let's just tab through a few workspaces to show it off. And there you go. That's how you manage workspaces in Omachi.
I forgot that slide was still up there. Now, as you use Omachi in your day-to-day use, you might be noticing that there are these little notifications that pop up in the top right of your screen right here. Now, notifications are really cool and powerful, but you can also manage them with some hotkeys in Omachi. To dismiss a notification, you can hold super and type comma. That will dismiss a notification that's currently on your screen. You can also silence your notifications by typing super control comma. That will silence notifications until you type super control comma again, and that will unsilence your notifications. There you go. Now you are a notification master. Omachi comes with, by default, a pretty robust way to capture your screen. To open up the capture menu, you type Super Control C, and we can navigate using the up and down arrows or by fuzzy finding like many other menus in Omachi. And we can see here that we have the ability to screenshot, screen record, or select a color on our desktop. This is a really handy feature in Omachi. Next time you need to take a screenshot or record your screen or anything, type Super Control C to open up the capture menu. Themes are a really big part of Omachi, and Omachi ships with a lot of beautiful themes and wallpapers. You can enter into your theme control menu by typing Super Control Shift and space. This will open up the theming menu for Omachi. Now we can navigate this by hitting down or up. But of course, with other menus, we can use fuzzy finding to type something in. I will type in ether, and we can select that theme by hitting enter. Now Omachi has changed its theme. We can also cycle the background of this theme by typing super control space. This will open up another menu that allows you to change the background that goes along with this theme. Each theme has different backgrounds, so go ahead and play around with this a little bit. It's fun. Omachi has plenty of options to use for your development environment. Now, by default, Omachi comes with NeoVim pre-installed and pre-configured. We can check this out by typing super enter to open a terminal and typing nvim to open up NeoVim. Let's quit that really quick with a quick :WQ.
I misspoke, it's just :Q.
Quit NeoVim. On top of this, though, you can install a number of alternative editors easily in Omachi. Let's open up Omachi's menu by typing super alt and space, and we can fuzzy find by typing install. We go to the install menu, and then we type editor to go to the editor menu. Once we're in the editor menu, we can see that we have a bunch of different editors that we can use with Omachi, and we can install them super easily, like Z, VS Code, plenty of others. So Omachi has tons of options to use for your development environment. Also, they have Emacs. Not a huge fan, but you can do that too. Also comes with plenty of options for your AI needs, whether it be harnesses or AI coding agents, whatever it may be. Omachi has options. We can open up a terminal with super enter, and if we type C, that will open up open code. That comes pre-baked with Omachi. It ships with it by default. We can also open up Claude code by opening a terminal and typing Claude. That will open up Claude code for us. Now, on top of that, there's also an easy way to install other AI agents and AI programs in Omachi. We can open up the Omachi menu once again by typing super alt and space. We can then type install to go to the install submenu and type AI to go to the AI submenu. From here, we can see that we can install dictation, we can install LM Studio or Ollama, along with Crush, which is an alternative to open code. If you have certain needs for your AI, then Omachi has you covered. Okay, that was it. Thank you. Okay, now it would have been really funny if I just recorded a video and edited it all together and just played a video for you guys. That would have been kind of funny. But this is an actual program that ran live on my computer and you saw it all happen. It's just shell scripts. It's all written in Bash. 21 scripts, 900 lines of Bash. And this is kind of what it looks like. It's a modular setup where each sort of section is its own script. And then I have a launcher script that really just sources each section. Actually, you can see here, I didn't want to play the whole thing, so I just commented out I just commented out a few of these sections here so that, you know, for time, I didn't want to talk for 5 minutes and then give a 15-minute demo. That would have been crazy. But that's all it is. It's just simple shell scripting. And I'm using built-in tooling with a couple little additions. It's MPV for the video player. And really all we do is we have a function in Bash that plays a video. We store the video's process ID. That is how I know when the video is over. Each script has its own sort of setup, do its thing, and then tear down. And part of the tear down is waiting for that video to finish. So once that process ID is no longer there, it will actually know to move on to the next lesson. And why-do-tool is the program I'm using to actually execute commands. You can run actual, like, the numbers for each key, and you can create a nice little DSL with this sort of press function. And basically throughout my scripts, and I could show this here, we have the ability to just sort of press something like super in space, and in this launcher script, I store all of the values for these keys. So everything has the same context, and it's kind of like this own nice little DSL that I created to sort of build these little lessons. And for typing text, as you've seen, I had to type exit, and I tried to type things for fuzzy finding things in the menus throughout Omachi. There's a program called wtype, which allows you to type into whatever you're typing into. It just basically just presses letters on the keyboard. And so that's pretty simple as well. You can just write wtype, and it will actually just type things in for you. And for now, I think there's a way we can clean this up. But for now, I'm just pacing all of this demo with sleeps, basically. I'm just calling the sleep command in Bash. And I have a little, again, you know, a little DSL around pausing short, pausing for long, or pausing for, you guessed it, very long, if I want to, you know, pause for certain increments while I wait for a certain section of the video to play in order to run a certain command. And I also use Hyperland's own CLI, HyperCuddle. Do you guys say cuddle or CTL? I always say cuddle, and people make fun of me for it, but I'm right and you're wrong. Anyway, so with HyperCuddle, you can actually do things like when you play the video, you can just change the size of the window. As you saw, the MPV window would open up, and then I'd move it to the bottom right of the screen. And it's really, really powerful. Along with doing things like managing workspaces. Now, the workspace one was really interesting because I wanted to make it dynamic in case you had certain workspaces open. As you saw, I have these 2 workspaces that are currently active. I wanted to be able to, when I cycled through my workspaces, I wanted to make sure I landed on the correct workspace that the lesson's currently running on, so I can store my starting workspace ID using Hyperland CLI and get the active workspace. And so I know that when I tab through, if my current workspace I'm on doesn't match the starting workspace ID, I know to keep going one more time. So what's next? I actually want to make this a package. I feel like this is a little bit of a silly demo, but as I was making this, I actually thought that this could be very useful for people who are new to Omachi. I don't know if you guys remember, but like Windows 95, along with the hot babe in a bikini thing, there was actually a video that would play. I remember my compact Presario when I was a kid. There was a video that would play that would kind of show you some things in Windows, and I always thought that was really nice. So ultimately, I'd like to make this a package that someone could download and just run if they want to learn about Omachi, if they're, you know, new to it. But first, there's a few things I gotta do. Number one is I gotta clean up the code, because right now it's really just a bunch of, you can see right here, it's pause very long, pause short. You know, I gotta clean that up. I'm sure there's much more elegant ways to hook into what's happening currently, maybe with MPV, I don't know if that's possible. Or maybe having a timestamp manifest. I was talking with Ryan about this. But you can have maybe a timestamp manifest in each file that knows, like, okay, around this time, that's when you play a certain part of the section, or whatever it may be. The videos you need to compress and export to be smaller. These are actually 1080p videos, which is like insane for someone to download. Like 12 videos that are like 50 to 180 megabytes each. That's not nice. But yeah, that's my idea, and I think that's really cool. And yeah, I had fun making this, and I had fun presenting for you guys. So thank you.
I cannot believe you just ended a conference talk with time left. This is the first time this has ever happened, everybody. This is magnificent.
Thank you.
Yeah, come on.
Round of applause for that.
Yeah, you did that.
Yeah. I saw DHH going, and I was like, you know what? Let's not go overtime.
All right, hey, so now we have a very special guest. His name's Tej.
Hey.
He's about
What's
to
up,
plug
buddy?
it in. Also, he's wearing this Arch sweater because he actually thinks he's better than me.
It's from our store.
All right, bye-bye.
Okay, see ya. All right, let's see. We got this coming up here. I do love the tiling window manager. They did ask us if we wanted one big screen. We said no, not the 4 tiles, please. Okay. All right, so today I'm going to do a little live demo, but just a little bit of introduction before we get there. A little while ago, I kind of had this idea called PDE, this personalized development environment. And I've been sort of talking about this for a little while. For me, NeoVim has always been part of this experience, but it extends beyond just your editor. And it doesn't have to be NeoVim. One of the things I talk about is like Emacs. You can have this. You can have this even in JetBrains or whatever. But the idea is about crafting an environment that you understand well, that you can eliminate a lot of the annoyances, the things that maybe you know you need to get done today, and you know it's only going to take 30 seconds, but it really bothers you, so you wait 3 days before you get it done, right? Can you eliminate those things? At least that's how my developer brain works, right? And so the idea is about eliminating those and creating something that you're excited about, that you like, and that works for you. I resonated a lot with DHH's talk earlier. And initially, this was sort of this idea that there's something kind of in between like a text editor and an IDE, right? There's something that you bring a little bit of your own assembly required, a little bit of an IKEA style to your development environment, right? But for me, what's been kind of interesting in the past few months has been exploring, you know, where does this change now to? And there's something here about not just that you can do this, but that you make a system where you're encouraged to be exploring this, encouraged to being able to make it your own, right? That it's not 37 clicks inside of a menu is the only way to export your config so that you can load it again on another system, right? And, you know, tons of different ways that you can do this. But I find now actually more and more of my computer, I'm able to customize, I'm able to make my own, I'm able to explore, and the cost of some of those, at least experimenting with that, is a lot lower than it feels like what it used to be before, right? Even if I don't get the perfect one-shot amazing prompt, and I really pulled the lottery lever right and I got 777 on this one, right? I can at least see, is the idea something that I want to explore? Is the idea something that I'm interested in and that really will work for me? I have this all the time now with Linux troubleshooting. As we were setting up some stuff, there were some people who were typing some commands, getting everything working with Omachi on here. I said, guys, your agent can solve that for you, right? At least give it a shot. At least tell it, hey, the big monitor not work. Can fix, please? You know, and it's like, yeah, sure. Oh, and it didn't, first time I plugged it in, I had little bars right here. You know what I'm saying? I said, it's not filling the whole screen. I have a different aspect ratio. Can you fix that? No problem, instantly, right? I don't know what it did. If I need to do that again, if I'm often presenting on a 4-tiled large computer screen that's not the same aspect ratio as my computer, I will figure that out. I will use the same tools that I've figured out everything else in my developer career and do that, but I don't have to do that every single time, right? I have this a lot with Omachi configuration. I just got this laptop like last week. Everything that I did was I did on the plane, basically here, a bunch of it. I rewrote my entire NeoVim config to explore this. I did a bunch of other stuff just to explore, like, how far can I push this? What can we do? And some things like that. I actually thought about doing this talk with a project called .prompts. Instead of your .files, it's just a list of changes that I don't like that DHH picked for Omachi and saving them and then just applying them live. it seemed like it was going to take too long, but I do like this concept of now I have dot prompts instead of dot files, and sort of this idea of making personal software. So I have a quick demo to sort of explore some of these ideas here, where we can do this. I wrote a little plugin a while ago that I called, let me set this to marker, awesome, that I called Louie. It's Lua plus AI together, Louie. And the idea here is oftentimes, especially like for NeoVim, but you can extend this to any other thing, a cool REPL-based language, whatever you want to do. You have the ability, right, to describe the kind of thing that you want to do, and it's sometimes very simple. So, an example here that we have is just something like, I want to print all the odd values in a table. Now, that's pretty easy to do in Lua, nothing too exciting, but we can run this, and what happens here actually is if this file doesn't exist on my system here in the runtime path for NeoVim, it actually just calls, oh, here we go, nice, it's done. It calls a little agent, generates the file if it's not there, and then saves it for me, puts it into the runtime path. What happens now though is, since I've done that once, there's no reason not to have it saved again, so when I execute the file, it just runs right away, right? And we actually save this as print all odd values in the table. I saved some extra information here because I'll show you at the end. We can improve it and we can explore iterating on the project. But right, sure enough, that's how you determine if something's odd. You don't actually have to install an NPM package for that. But what else can we do here, right? We can do anything we sort of want. A lot of these kinds of problems where you maybe don't really want to write them, we can start doing, oh, here, we'll scroll a little bit more, so that's in the center of the page. Like, remove multiple white spaces from string anywhere in text. Right? If I want to do that, right, we can just execute this one again, and we don't have this function here locally, and we can explore doing this, and writing kind of almost this idea of like, just-in-time software, right? Where I'm getting the software just when I need it, and it can do the thing that I want to do. And hopefully my internet's good enough to actually get the response back for this. I was like, okay, cool, nice, sweet. Start hello world, right? So you can see here, we eliminated the extra spaces between hello and world, and there were multiple spaces, right? It's almost like this idea of just-in-time software. If it works great, I just keep it. If I don't want it, I can throw it away. And so then, there we go. We don't want to run that every single time we're here. We don't have to actually go through this, but I did think, count the letters, right? Like, instead of asking the AI to figure out how many R's are in strawberry, we can tell it to write a function that can count the R's. But we won't wait around for that to finish generating. But something that's very fun that I've been enjoying a lot is it knows how to do NeoVim, right? If you want to do something where you say, hey, create a floating window, I added a little sort of like bonus prompt action here where you can write a description and it will pass that as additional context to the LLM to generate it. And so if we want to create a floating window, right, maybe you're just exploring NeoVim. You don't want to read nvim open win and I don't know, Maria, you got to guess about how many words are in nvim open win config? It's a lot. There's a lot of words. Oh, no! Invalid key when highlight. Oh, I'm on too new of a NeoVim. Oh, perfect timing, actually. I didn't actually plan this, but we can say, let's do create floating window. Hey, when highlight is deprecated, don't do that. Okay, and hopefully this works. Right, so this was an example of something where like you sometimes get the error, you just need to tell it one extra thing. I'm on a newer version of NeoVim, that thing doesn't exist anymore, whatever, right? It says, okay, cool, wrote the updated file, let's try running it now. Boom, nice. That's personal software, baby. It's personal software. I could not have scripted that better. That's good, I like that. Okay, so what else can we do? Well, the thing that I was kind of thinking that was fun is we can do way more than that. This one's not that cool. We'll go to the next one. It knows plugins. You're like, hey, I know, I've got Telescope. I know Telescope's installed. I don't know how to do something. Oh, here, you guys are getting that cut off. Tiled. There we go. I want to search my NeoVim config. I don't know the exact command how to do that. I don't know what to do to start with, but we can run that. And then now this will write its own thing. And like most of these plugins, it knows the stuff that you already wanted to do. It knows what you're trying to get done, right? And so this will hopefully run something that just passes the current working directory to Telescope. It's not that exciting, but it's fun that you can describe the thing that you want and it like magically pops out, right? And then the next time that you want to run this, you don't have to wait around for the LLM to decide what to do. You can just execute the same code again, hopefully, or improve it if you get an error from an out-of-date NeoVim version. We'll see. Really, I was really thinking hard about this for about 5 lines of code. Sorry, Amazon Rainforest, for this demo. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I'm just really, really stuck there. Maybe my Wi-Fi? I don't know. Oh, no, it was there already. Maybe it just didn't update. Hello? Oh, nice, there we go. So now it's searching everything inside of my initial NeoVim config, right? If I search for function, I didn't type that right. Well, we got this. Eventually, there we go. Right, these are all things inside of my NeoVim config folder, right? So search in my NeoVim config, boom, it does that. That's great. But it can do even more than NeoVim. This is where I was thinking kind of this would be fun as well, is we can even do some fun Omachi things. Right now I'm in matte black, so that will not be exciting, but we can run this and say, hey, if I wanted to control Omachi from within my NeoVim, right, or I wanted to go do something different, I want to completely change my theme or completely do whatever, I can control anything I want from in here, and it will instantly switch my Omachi theme, right? So, and then if we want to switch this back to matte black, then we get that back again, right? So what's fun is, you can go and check, and it's not crazy. It just runs Omachi theme set. But the thing that has been fun about thinking about this idea is it's very similar to how can we not have a wall, right, from getting to this looks kind of cool, but it's not mine. How can you think about using AI or whatever tools, or maybe you're making a tool that uses AI to help people do this, or I don't care, it doesn't have to be with AI, but it's whatever, right? How can we make it so that I can do a simple thing, and it's actually simple to do? And then how can I make it just for me the way that I want to do? If I want to control NeoVim, or I want to control all my Omachi themes, if I want to say, hey, let's also, I don't know, get the next Omachi background, right? I should be able to do that from within NeoVim. And what's cool about Linux, whether that's on Omachi or not, is just this ability that your whole system, right, can be controlled programmatically. And it's like this magic of touching the computer. And like when you type something in the computer, something magical comes out. And it's so crazy, right? That like now, oh, let's see, did it do it? I think it did, right? That's a different one. That's a different one than before. Yep, that's a different one than before. That's so cool. We could just change the background. We could script anything with either. I could check anything we want. So that's kind of the thing. And the interesting thing as well for Linux, right, is we can go ahead and write another one here, luai.demo, and let's say open floating terminal SSH to terminal.shop, right? If you don't know, you can buy coffee in the terminal. It's pretty cool. But scripting anything you want inside of your environment, personalizing it just to you, the cost of that is getting so much smaller. Even if I wouldn't necessarily, ship this to a bunch of other people, that I have to do something like this, right? I can just open up an SSH floating window from NeoVim to connect to a coffee-based SSH e-commerce store, right? Like what you need to do every day, of course, very relatable. But the point is, it's whatever you want to do. And the point of my talk is hopefully you just realize and you're willing to explore the kinds of things that are in your life, right, that you could just make a little bit easier every day. Because the cool thing about making something like just 1% better, like every day or every week, is that's a lot of percents by the end of the year. I don't know how many, because it depends if you're doing compounding or not, but I'm not a 100x engineer. I know that's Prime's favorite thing. Right, but just thinking about that and looking for those and recognizing about the cost of those changes is just so different now. Exploring that for yourself, not waiting for someone to tell you that you're allowed to change your system or that you're allowed to do this or that there's nothing worth changing or working or pursuing on anymore. But instead, like, you can kind of just do magic. You can describe something with the name of a function. It's like we just wrote the name of the function and we use that to generate a new function and commit that action live. That's what I want to encourage you all to explore and think about and try out. And that's, I think probably why we're all here and what we're excited about. So that's the end of my talk. I'm trying to get a little bit early because I know next up is lunch. So I'll give you guys some directions here now for lunchtime. Okay, that's that, but that is the end. So now it's going to be here. We're going to go up those stairs. Oh, so that's, thank you. Okay, so the plan for lunch is we'll go up those stairs. Don't go up these ones. They're blocked, and it will mess everything up, so don't do that. Go up those stairs, and then form a single file line, and I think we're going to snake through the food line here, and you're going to kind of come out on this other side. Around the venue, we have some cool gaming setups. They're all running Omachi. Okay, they're all running Linux, and we're gonna play some games together. So as you're eating, or while other people are waiting in line for eating, you can try some out. We have a bunch of different co-op games, we have a bunch of different fun stuff for all of you to explore and just play and hang out. There's, I think, Overcooked over here. We have Super Tux Kart over there, which is a sweet Linux game. And then upstairs, we've got a side-by-side power washing simulator. I'm telling you, it's good. It's good. You will not want to get off. You do need to take turns, though, okay? Because I do not want to see one person power washing for all of lunch. And so then grab your food. We'll be back here, I think, in about an hour and a half or an hour and 40 minutes. I don't know, something like that. We'll give you some warnings as we're going, so you have some time. The idea of the co-op games, I'll just give you a little peek behind the curtain here. We want you all to talk to each other. Okay? So don't only just play with someone you know. Try and find someone new. This is your permission to ask, hey, what's your name? What's your favorite Omachi theme, etc. You can break the ice with some Omachi configuration talk, okay? And then try and play a game with someone new, meet somebody else, get a chance to talk to everybody. That's the best part, right, of coming together here, is not listening to us, but getting to meet other people who are interested in the same things you are. So just make sure we do that. And then I think also we have a little surprise for DHH for lunchtime too, which I think we're pulling out shortly, is that we have an old Sega Dreamcast here. And we have, I forgot the name of the racing thing because I'm Metropolis Racer. So, DHH, if you're interested, we'll be able to plug that in and be able to play it up here. And so we'll grab a few volunteers to play a little bit during lunch if you want to see if you can beat DHH or something. He needs to eat at some point, but we should be able to do something with that. So, yeah, so just be on the lookout for that. Go to the bathroom, whatever. We'll be back here for the next set of talks in about an hour and a half or an hour 40. So enjoy lunch. And remember, you have to talk to someone new. You're not allowed to sit back down in this seat until you've talked to someone that you haven't talked before, okay? We will be quizzing you at the end, all right? Okay, great. Thanks, everybody.
This has got to be where you've had enough. You're moving far from me. It's getting hard to breathe. The feet are rising up. Feel that emotion. Feel that emotion. I've been losing my I've been losing my feel that emotion, feel that emotion. We are losing love. Feel that emotion. enough. You're moving far from me. It's getting hard to breathe. The feeling rising up. Feel that emotion. Feel that emotion. I've been losing my
Check. 1, 2. 1, 2. Hey.
Hello, Twitch chat. Can you hear me? Hello? Hey Twitch chat, it's TeachTV here, just hanging out. We'll put the game on with sound. Yeah, that's great. All right, chat, we're upgrading your lunch experience, okay? We're going to be upgrading your lunch experience soon. You'll be seeing VHH versus the Primogen. We're gonna find out who is the best at Sega Dreamcast.
Chat, I don't think Twitch can hear you.
Say something cancelable and we'll find out.
Hey.
No, they can hear us. Don't do that. Don't do it. That was a close one. No, they'll be able to see us right over there. Hey, Twitch, that's my man. No, so they can hear you guys when you're playing. You guys should be able to be playing and talking. It's a little bright. We'll switch it to. There has to be a daytime race. There has to be a daytime race. I mean, DHH probably has a favorite course. He does.
3.
It was Composer 2. Yes, we are live on Twitch. Just as a heads up. Yeah, so we can say, Dell is my favorite XPS. I love XPS. It's awesome. Yeah, you see that? Dell XPS. You like that one?
I believe Dell agreed to give me $1 every time I say Dell. So Dell. Also shout if you say Dell, and also shout. Dell.
Let's pick a different one. Let's go Tokyo. Sure. That's how you say it. I'm pressing go. Start. Select. Back. I don't know why this is last time I could not figure out how to act up down. Like, go see. Okay.
Write me a function. Come on, Neovim, write me a function.
Start the game. Second game. Go.
Yeah. Oh, look at this. I guess I got a new one. Pacific Heights.
Oh, sweet. Let's play.
Alright, play. Alright, Twitch chat, we're gonna dominate.
Chat, type 1 if you want TeachTV to win. Type 2 if you want Promise. This one's even darker.
I say a big hi to all the girls at the Mirage Diner. That's Marge, Thelma, Fran, and Sandra.
I'm gonna crush you
guys.
Dude, I can
And
see.
also to Billy Ray Stevens, who's 40 today. Have a great day.
I can see. Twitch chat can see.
And this is Faye Douglas now with a recent hit.
I'm pretty sure I was the right way.
Yeah, I can't tell if I'm a right or left here.
Oh, I'm up. I'm winning by 5 seconds, chat. Oh no, that's the wrong way. Okay, we have to find a light mode experience here.
Yeah. Dude, driving blind is hard.
It's true. I would not recommend.
Dang it, I think I saw it.
There's no mini map, is there?
There is a mini map.
No. Oh, you're right. There is a tiny map. Yeah.
It's just like that.
It's also as dark as the rest of the game.
Alright, you say you're still leaving. Oh, and I'm driving a fast 47 miles per hour. I would ready to go. I thought I had it. I cannot say something. I know. I gotta. Yep. Wait, I think I just turned. Okay, because you're going in reverse, you're saying? No, I think I just missed the turn altogether. Yeah, I did. No, actually I did. It's so dark. I did such a good turn. Oh, I just made a turn without touching the wall. I did the same thing, and that's why I thought I read it. Oh, bro, the game's over already. You just got squad. I did. Hey, say hi to chat. No, here, right here. Say hi to chat.
Hi, chat.
Here, read a TTS for them. Go, girl. Hello, Prime Show. All right, I'm bad at this. I'm so bad at this. Hog slide. Oh, good emo. Give me one. Yeah. I don't know how to go. I don't know. I think it's there. Let's see if we can like a daytime. Race them? Yeah, everybody's so good. We're gonna find events in the daytime. Wait. Weather? Is there weather daytime? I know that's not actually weather, but I pressed wait. All right. Here, I'll try and set this up. You should need some waiting. Heavy rain, downpour. Oh, we don't want heavy rain. None of those sound bad. Those actually all sprinkly sound worse. There's a chance the raindrops are white, though, and the screen gets brighter. There you go. Right. That's what they didn't want you to know. Yeah. Right, whatever you press to get us here, are all of them night races. Alright, yeah. Alright, I still don't know how to select. I don't know how to select that. Yeah, see, we're still in Pacific Heights. I'm not exactly sure how I did that. Alright, San Francisco, okay. For the financial district. North is available. Oh, I got one. Alright, I got it. Like our odds. Alright, I hate to tell you this, but I'm an expert now at this game. Oh, no. Okay, I've played one full round. Now I'm ready to play. And you have the night vision. I also have trained my eyes.
2, 1. You're into R&B. You gotta tune into the late mix tonight with Levi Clark. He's gonna be playing some of the tracks from JJ Benson's brand new disc one more time. I love that voice.
Did I just go the wrong direction?
Her first album went platinum, and this one looks just as good. This is Gabrielle
Get out of
Nelson.
here, loser.
You can love me.
Oh yeah, get wrecked. Oh. Holy cow, I thought that was a wall for sure. Okay, that was a wall. That was a wall. This somehow feels harder. Okay. This is gonna make me vomit, but alright, okay. I think I got that. Oh yeah, I forgot this one is such a yeah, you didn't say nothing for sure. Oh yeah. Alright, I have to be out here. It's so much easier. Oh, look at that. Another lap. Oh my gosh, yeah, watch this. Oh, I made it. Oh. I made it. Never been done before. It's a four turn. Oh, it's so. Oh, that frame rate is so good. absolutely dominating. Have fun with your 40 seconds of driving. This is the Sega Dreamcast. You don't need to see. You need that dream. Jesus, take the wheel. That's what happened. That's actually what happened. No. It just means I'm driving completely blind. Hey, Dr. Phantom. How you doing, baby? I can't tell how loud I am. Am I too loud? Too quiet? Hey, Jack. Can you even hear me? Huh?
Here's the red one.
Hey, girl. How you doing? Hey, girl, baby. What you doing? You know what I'm talking about? Way too dank? All right. Defias all just put his drink right next to the Dreamcast. If things go terribly wrong, just go to race. On A. Yeah, you just go to race.
We don't get to choose a car. This is already chosen.
You are not choosing a car. Okay.
What? You don't choose a car?
You're gonna be handed a course.
I think I need to stand on that side because the glare.
Yep. She's already making excuses. Did you hear that? Oh, the glare. The glare's in my eyes.
From Sheeta. She's at work at the moment, but she'd like us to play the next track for all the guys in the office and her boyfriend Todd. You got it. And this is newcomer Shanice Williams' first entry into the
I mean, the contest is pretty. I don't know if
entitled simply Time.
I didn't even know the controls.
I don't know if I have to turn left or right.
Okay, I got this.
It needs to be brighter.
Oh my god.
Oh, here we go. I'm on the right direction. I think you're
I think I did it. Here.
It's like we're driving blind. It's like, do I make it left or right? No, I go straight. Am I supposed to go straight or? Hey, what? Do I go this way? You're beating me. Yeah.
Yes.
I don't even know if I'm supposed to make it go left or right. Oh, left.
Alright, I got this.
Right. Okay. I'm looking at the walls and there's an arrow moving right, so I just make it right. And then I hit a wall, and then I go this way. Right. Another left. Yeah, too big. Yeah, man.
I launch it.
Can you guys hear me? Guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, you steer with this and then this is go. No one told me, but.
Yeah, we're being
you have any? Say yes. Alright. Oh, what's your name? Okay. My name's Stephanie.
So I'm the one on top?
Yeah,
That's
I'm
the darker one. That's why you won.
No, I was looking for good things.
Let's go.
Yeah. Oh no, he's so much faster. Oh no! I don't know. Oh, no.
Like less dark.
You might want to stand on this side so that the glare.
The glare, yeah. I don't think you'll be able to see much of anything either way.
Look at the wall.
Yeah.
Next week on Groove Party, we've got a very special K-Vibe exclusive for you. Soul diva Dina Joseph will be here in the studio with me and we'll be singing live some of the tracks from her last album, Broken Moments. I just can't wait.
Yeah,
Don't
that's
miss it.
Move, boy. Go, 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 go. Just don't know what is should I go left? Should I go right?
Hey chat, how we doing?
Right.
We doing good, chat?
Right. And then a left.
Chat, can you hear me?
I think this goes right.
Would you like me to ban you again? Do not ban me again. I will do whatever you want, chat. Do not ban me. Do not ban me, guys. Guys, don't ban me. We all get open code black. I'm not banned yet. I still have Twitch chat down here so I can still see it. Do a spin to prove you're real. Boom, spin. Win the race or you're banned. Guys, you gotta win the race or else I get banned from chat. You gotta win the race, guys. You lost the last one. Do a barrel roll. I can't do a barrel roll, guys. Whatever we want. No, not whatever we want. No. No. Ooh, yes, I should commentate. Who's on the top? Clayton, Michael. We've got Clayton up on the top, who looks like he is in the lead. First place, lap 3 of 3. Michael is on the bottom in second place, lap 3 of 3. His lap time is currently 10, 11, 12 seconds. Clayton is on the top. W Live play-by-play. Yeah, guys, I'm a good commentator. I'm a good host. Guys, the speaker that is Ryan is me. Did you win? Let's go. Let's get some W Claytons in the chat, guys. W Claytons in the chat. W Claytons in the chat, guys. What's your name?
They know me as
Code
Code Girl.
Girl? Okay, guys, who do we think is gonna win? Clayton or Code Girl? Guys, 1 for Code Girl, 2 for Clayton. What do we think it's gonna be, guys?
It's gonna be 2. Come on, chat.
Meanwhile, I did not know. I'm not giving you guys open code black.
There
Yeah,
you go.
there we go. Okay, wait. We can't be spamming that. Mods, put it in slow mode. Mods. Mods, let's go open code subs only. Open code sub only mode. Wait, don't actually put it in slow mode. Don't actually put it. Look at the power I have. I am controlling the mods. Time for emoji only chat. Buddy is running the stream. Guys, what's the best coding agent? What's the best coding agent? Emojis only. What's the best coding agent? $10 Code Girl loses. Jeez, well, are you on top? You gotta get up there. Go. Fix your car. Go. You're so behind. You gotta go. Vegan, don't be promoting chat codecs. Don't be doing that. Code Girl isn't focusing. If Code Girl puts her mind to the race, she can win. Holy shell. Guys, who do we have winning this round? He's on lap 3 of 3. She's on lap 2 of 3. Oh. There we go. Now we're good. We're back. Vegan, do you mean you're absolutely right? Not I'm sorry. You don't apologize to me. You never apologize to me. Undefeated. Let's go. W's in the chat. Guys. Sure. Chat, should I play? Chat? Should I play? I think I should play chat. What's the controls? Chat, I'm gonna play. Chat. I'm playing, chat. How do we think we're gonna do? Am I gonna win? Or am I gonna lose, chat? W vocals, guys. You'll be top. Whoa, 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 whoa. Mods, watch out. Watch out, guys. L Vogel, nah, let's go. Let's go, guys. Race, am I on the bottom?
You are, yes.
Yes, we're the bottom.
Let's go, guys. W Vogel. Let's go, guys. W Vogel.
Go girl.
L Vogel. Nah, bro. You guys are messed
3, 2,
up.
1, go! Next week on Groove
Bro, I
Party,
literally
we've
cannot
got a
see
very
nothing.
special K-Vibe exclusive for you. Soul diva
Genuinely,
Dee
where am I?
Joseph will be here in the studio with me and will be singing live some of the tracks from the last album.
Where? Right here?
Hidden Moments. I just can't wait. Don't miss it.
Bro, where am I? Back, okay. Ah, this way. Bro, I can't see anything. Okay, is this another right? Right. I cannot see. -5. Ah, crap. Go. Guys, I need some hype in chat, guys. This looks like another right. Oh, man, my insurance is going up after this. Where's Tesla Full Self-Driving when I need it? This looks like another right. -13. Wait, is this a loop? What is happening? Wait, I'm on. Oh, wait. Wait. No, go vocal. W vocal, guys. W vocal, guys. Oh, there's the left turn. I messed up the left turn. Oh, I completely biffed that. Rip. Oh, that's not the turn. There's the turn. Guys, I suck at this. Guys. I cannot see. Let's go! Turn! Bro, are you kidding me? I don't know where I'm at. Oh, I overshot. I thought I undershot it. Get good. I am good, guys. I'm literally in first place. Oh, ignore that. Literally in first place. -16. Oh, that's not good. There we go. All right, we're on lap 33. There we go, guys. Here's Redemption Art. Ah, she won. It's a skill issue, guys. It was a misinput, guys. This whole thing was
I told you, chat. Y'all betted against me, and I told you. Say for yourself.
Guys, it was a misinput.
No.
Chat, how did we let this happen? Chat? I just lost all. Please hold that. No. This is misinformation. Guys. It was a simple graphical bug. It wasn't a bug. It was a graphical bug that made it appear as if I was in last place.
Girls on top always wins.
Since I lost that race, I lost all of my open code credits for the day, guys. Isn't that so sad? Oh wait, no, don't. That's fraud. Man, Chat, what should we do now? What should we do now? How can I make this interlog entertaining chat? Banned. Oh, they cut away from me. Yay, we're back, guys. We're back. Chat, how we doing? Should we get 2 more people to play? Should we get 2 more people to play? You want to be on Prime stream? Yeah, come on. Here, come say hi to the stream. Right here, that camera. Say hi. Mike, this is the mic.
There we go. Hey, how's it going? Everyone having a good time? Is this Prime stream or which stream are we on? Is this the
Prime
stream?
No, it's not my stream. Guys, this is my stream. Act like you're my fans. Everyone in this vicinity, wave at that camera. We're waving at you guys. We're waving at you. I feel like Speed, where I got the chat in my phone. Vegan, stop it. Vegan, don't say that. I did not give anyone. Vegan, I'm coming to you.
All right. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling terrified. I'm gonna do absolutely horrible. She's great.
Let me get this thing out. How are you feeling?
I feel fine. I actually feel confused.
Okay, this is go. This bottom is go, and this one's just steer. All right.
Okay.
All right.
Let's do it.
Left hand because I've been playing on a stick.
Yeah. Well. All right.
Okay.
Now, guys, DHH is watching.
Oh no.
So, wait. As a professional racer, who do you think is gonna win?
Oh, yeah, let's see. Hand grip, we gotta try to look for some clues here. Oh, you never held it? Have you played Dreamcast?
I used to play Crazy Taxi back in the day.
Okay, well then I'm gonna bet on the Crazy Taxi. This game is great. I have spent an enormous amount of hours.
3, 2,
Yeah.
1.
We can't
We've got a very special K-Vibe exclusive for you. Soul Diva Dina Joseph will be here in the studio with me and will be singing
Here, look at this
some
camera.
tracks from the last
This is
album,
Prime stream.
Broken
And
Moments.
this is chat.
You just can't wait.
Guys, say hi to
be,
DHH.
Hello, everyone. It's cool to be on the stream. It's very cool to see this Dreamcast, like original hardware, not even just simulation. Even though I really do like simulation. I mean, I've actually been playing some Dreamcast. I played this game not too long ago on a simulated setup. Like those handhelds you can get now are unbelievable. Like the Android-based ones.
Well, like, look at the color. You know, even with some of the age on it, it just looks more authentic.
It's so dark.
It's
I'm
so
like,
dark.
I remember it being that dark.
Sometimes I'm like, where am I?
That's pretty tough. That's an extra hard mode. Very cool. Love it. I got a couple of stuff upstairs.
I think they have like pressure washing or something like that. Have you pressure washed?
I have not. I don't think I've ever seen that.
Yes, guys, DHH has made. This is too funny. This is such a great idea.
Okay, Crazy Taxi, man.
Guys, my poly market's not gonna hit on this. My poly market's not gonna hit.
We need to write this controller.
I know, right?
Although this is, I mean,
This is not my tech. This is not my generation. generation.
Are you calling me old? Is that what's going on?
No, I'm calling myself young. When did this come out? What year?
99?
Yeah, this was out before I was born. I'm 2004. I'm a baby. Baby. God. It's so, especially with the glare. Oh, I see the strat. I see the strat. Oh, yeah. Chat, can we get a... wait, who's playing? Who's playing? Thoughtless versus, what's your name? Can we get a poll, 1 and 2, on who's going to win? Can we get a poll, mods? 1 and 2 on who's going to win? He's number 1. He's number 2. Number 1, number 2. Can we get a poll? Can we get a poll, mods? Vegan. Listen to me. Number 2 is in number 1. Whoa now, pause.
You're listening to Killing Me on K5.
Okay, now.
I do. I'll double your open code black rate limit.
Play the next track for all the guys in the office and her boyfriend Todd. You got it. This is newcomer Shanice Williams' first entry into the charts, in at number 23, entitled.
They did. Which one of you screen peeked? Someone in chat said that you're. Who's screen peeking? You know who? I'll frame Mog chat, guys. Watch this. Frame Mogged. Yes, Big Pickle is free on open code. Congrats, everyone. I got banned again. Yay. Vegan banned me from chat. Yay, I'm unbanned. Vegan, if you aren't banning me, then who's banning me? All right, who's up next? I'm commenting. Whoa! Whoa, whoa, whoa! What do you have? What do you have? What do you have? Desk Buddy.
Hey chat, we're Hacker Twins. We have an open source robot arm that we're working on, and it's don't look it up on GitHub. It's not ready, but the idea is want to have like a really fun, affordable robot arm. There's a lot of really cool projects that like MIT put out. Thanks. There's a lot of I'm not trying to advertise this shit. Yeah, no, everything's 3D printed. It's super awesome. The goal is to make it like the entry robot projects that just works. All the parts are really affordable. It's a little bit more expensive to import things right now, but it should be like 40 or 50 bucks. And if you're a 3D printer nerd like me, you'll just be able to make it from home. And we're gonna go play with it.
Do you know I once had 22 3D printers at my house? I had 22. And then I shut it down because then my girlfriend was like, hey, it's either me or the 3D printers. But after that, no, this is super cool. What do you call it? Desk Buddy. W's in chat for Desk Buddy, guys. W's in chat. They like it.
The last thing to say about it is, you know, I want it to be the Ruby on Rails of robotics. Because, like, I would... I don't know. HTZ.
What's your acronym? You gotta have an acronym if you want to stand out for one of these things. Guys, let's give them some W's for showing their cool thing. That's awesome, chat. Chat, I don't know what else to do. Where did Began go? He was helping me. I'm gonna practice again. I'm coming to you, Beacon. I have an IRL girlfriend. Do not be saying it's open code. Open code is not my girlfriend. Open code is not my girlfriend, guys. Guys, open code is not. Vegan? Fake, prove it. My home screen. Dang, Prime's on my home screen. That's not looking good. Look, zoom in really far and you can see it. Dating Big Pickle. Guys. I have a girlfriend, but she's too dangerous to release right now. She's too dangerous to release right now, guys. I do have a girlfriend, but for security reasons, I can't release that information. I'm back. Did you 3D print your girlfriend? Yeah, it's too dangerous to release. I can't go into those details right now. I'm sorry. Does she know that? I'm trying to find different people I can interview. Who should we interview? I'm trying to find people. I look like an absolute freak just standing around this microphone talking to it. They don't get the stream life. They don't get that chat is here. How many of there are you right now? 900. They don't get that 936 of you are standing right here listening to me. I don't know where Code Girl went. Should I get, let me go ask somebody really quick. Stay here. Don't move. Nobody go. I'll be right back. Dance. I'm just future mogging. Be right back. Guys, I got a guest. Prime. We're on Prime stream. That. Yeah, but we can talk to them. Say, look. I got someone.
Hi. Yeah, he has. Hi, he has someone. I'm Ironclad Dev, by the way.
What's your favorite AI coding agent? There is a wrong answer.
Okay. I know the wrong answer is probably not open code. Okay. Yeah.
The answer is not open code.
My.
If you're held off.
Oh, I'm not being held hostage at all. Like I'm not blinking. He's not blinking either. I'm perfectly fine. I like open code. It's good software.
Vegan, that's not me doing the open code ad. That's him. That is him, Vegan. Okay? Until the kid leaves.
Not sponsored by open code, by the way. Absolutely not sponsored by open code. He just happens to work at open code.
I just happen to be here and work at open code. Arrest me.
Well, hi and farewell.
You heard him, guys. I'm gonna put the mic back unless anyone else looks like they're interested to come over here and play the game. I don't think anyone is. Okay. Until I see you guys again, subscribe to or follow at VogelDev on Twitch for more shenanigans and craziness. And until then, nobody gets free open code black. Bye.
Hey chat. Hey chat. Hey chat. 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 I got Vaxry.
Is it still live stream?
Yeah, it's still live stream. We're not allowed to show your background.
What the hell is this?
It's called the Dreamcast. You young whippersnapper. Let me get out of here. We're gonna just do it. Yeah, that's go. I don't want you to talk about your grandma in such a way again, okay, buddy? Chat. I'm gonna kill him.
This is go, right?
Yeah, that's go. This is back up.
What do you mean back up?
Sometimes,
reverse?
yeah. Sometimes you don't go for it the way you want.
Go!
Alright, I know. Okay, you're bottom. Okay, I can't see.
This is K5 105.9 FM.
Oh yeah, okay, I know this chord. Oh, I know this chord.
I have no idea where I'm going.
Yeah, you're going the right way. Okay, I'm gonna give you a little bit of hint. It's a right, then a left. Oh, I can't see. There we go. Oh yeah. Oh, Vaxry. I would expect the man who wrote Hyperland to be playing better right now.
I'm better at driving IRL.
Also looks like you're better at making excuses IRL. Hell yeah, brother. I'm power top right now. Oh yeah. I still don't know how to break.
I feel like the game PSP has That's the only console I've had. PSP.
Oh, alright. Now it's I just learned about the break. What's gonna happen? Yeah. That was back. You actually were caught up to me. You were really making all the right moves.
Trying, even though I can barely see it.
Yeah.
Pixel deficiency syndrome.
Wrecked. Absolutely wrecked. Several seconds of wreckage.
Driving IRL is easier. You can actually see the road.
That's actually fair. Yeah, you can actually see the road. You're up next, by the way, Chad. Back.
Hello.
We're gonna get him good. We're gonna get him good.
Can you guys?
Big anime.
Can you guys hear me?
Big anime.
10-minute warning. 10 minutes
Bye,
till we're
chat.
done. Grab
Bye,
your last
guys.
food
They're
or
kicking me
drinks,
out.
whatever you want to do, and then
Teach
start finding your
specifically
seat in the
is
next
kicking me
10
out.
minutes. 10
LT.
minutes. 10 minutes.
Oh wait, no, he's not kicking me out yet. He's not kicking me out yet. LT. Oh, I'm just coming back. I didn't say that.
I'll be right back.
Isn't that crazy? The internet.
There's such a delay, but yes. Oh, hey, look here.
That was so generous with those open codes. Gifts.
Don't worry about it.
6, 7. Yeah. Even the color works. Right?
L teach, nah, he just chill. He just chill. I am not Gen Alpha. I am Gen Z, and you guys should know that. You guys should know that I am Gen Z. Come on, guys. Vogel, banish yourself from the stream. Not happening.
Hey, Twitch chat, we are setting everything up for the next round of speakers, so you'll just see possibly nothing for a little while. If you don't like it, you can blame BeaconBot.
Sometimes we break and we all make mistakes. Why you still hold the rope? I need to let you know I'll never let you go. I got what you need, baby, just come see me. I got the remedy, take the pain away. Easy as 1, 2, 3. You know I got what you need. I got the recipe, take the pain away. If you're ever feeling low, you could come and say hello. I got what you need, baby, just come see me. I got the remedy, take the pain away. If you're ever feeling low,
right, hey, we're gonna be returning to our seats and we're gonna be quiet. So quiet. Oh, hey, thanks. That was really awesome. All right, hey. I don't think this man really needs an introduction. I'm pretty sure everybody in this room is running his software. Vaxry, take it away.
Thank you. So I know I did a talk a few weeks ago at a different conference. That was mostly a sales pitch, but because I've already sold the software to you, essentially, I don't think many people are here that don't know what Hyperland is. I kind of wanted to go a bit behind the scenes on how we develop Hyperland, how we pick what features to work on, what's coming, and a bit of the history of how we started. So the important part is that Hyperland was started as a hobby project. It was started as something that I just wanted to do. Because I was on X11 back in like 2021. I was using my own window manager, which was mostly BSPWM, but I just didn't know that BSPWM existed. So I kind of wrote my own. And I wanted to transition into Wayland. There is like a small fun fact. I wanted to transition because of spite, because there was one guy on Reddit that called me all the awful names because I was using X11. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna try Wayland, sure. And ever since I started writing Hyperland, it started growing very quickly. Like by the time we were in 2023, and I started it in like mid-2022, we were already like 5,000 stars on GitHub. There was a lot of people. There was a lot of interest. We had like, by the time we already had like thousands of people on our Discord server. And so I realized that, hey, I got everything I want, but now there's like a lot of people that want something that I don't need. So I'm like, okay, we need some method to kind of gauge what should be added first, what should be added later, because obviously I cannot do everything at once. I'm just one person. So we had to adapt kind of the development style from, okay, let me just open my notifications every single day, reply to every single thing, and implement every single thing, which is how we got issues that were closed within 5 minutes back in the day. Nowadays, it doesn't really happen that often, but still sometimes. We had to basically do something about the entire mess. So the problems we had were there would be a lot of bad issues. Now, I don't blame people for it because not everybody is a developer, I realize that, but a lot of the issues would be either poorly worded or someone wouldn't really understand and they would be like, oh, something happened, I don't really know why, I don't really know how, I don't know what I did, but something happened, I don't like it. And then we would have like a lot of issues that would be duplicated, so we would have one issue here, one issue there, they both refer to the same thing, but it's hard to kind of search it, and obviously just, too much of everything as the project grew. So we actually took inspiration from Ghosty, which these guys were the first to actually do it. So we stopped accepting issues from people, like actual GitHub issues. Instead, we asked them to create discussions, which, in my opinion, are better suited for actually discussing things, discussing problems, features, and stuff like that, because they're non-linear. So you can have one comment and then reply to that one specific comment. So let's say we have an issue, oh, we want this, and then you can have 3 comments tackling 3 different subparts of that issue where people can discuss. And also that the bug tracker stopped being a hellfest where there is random things and nobody knows what to work on. The bug tracker is literally, this is a thing that's well documented that is either a problem or something we can add, and basically you just go on the bug tracker and every single thing you can just pick up and do. It's not perfect. Like I was kind of experimenting with kind of other bug trackers, but all of them kind of suck, and this is the best we got pretty much. So we got this pipeline of, we have a discussion where people put a lot of information in, try to narrow it down, gauge interest so people can like it, upvote it and stuff like that, and then we see if there's enough interest, we will promote it into an actual issue. Now the problem is with picking them, right? Because, oh, I want something really bad, the other person wants something else really bad, and now, well, how do we get which issue to work on first? So in general, if we have crashes and regressions, that's gonna go first. When we had the recent release with the entire layout rework, 2 weeks were spent on just fixing regressions, because these are really bad because something used to work, someone would press a button, and now it doesn't do what they expect it to do. And now for features or other bugs, First thing is user interest, then alignment, and then time and effort, right? Because we obviously, if someone is like, oh guys, can you add Copilot, please? So no, because that's not what we're trying to do. But most of the things we do, because ultimately, user interest is what drives Hyperland forward. It's the reason why you all want to use Hyperland. It's because we allow you to do whatever the hell you want. And we're not like some other people. We're not interested in this feature. 238 downvotes. Okay, cool, I guess. So we are user-focused. We do not have like a central plan of how everything should be laid out. Our plan is we're making a tiling customizable environment. If something fits that label, we're gonna think about it, and if it's, if it's very requested, it will be acceptable to spend more time on it. And if it's less acceptable, less. So some of the user-focused features, which I don't need them, but you might, master scroll and monocle layouts. Master has been there for quite a while. I don't use master. I don't understand master. I don't like it. But a lot of people do. Scroll, another layout that I absolutely hate, but a lot of people like it. And we've added scroll in the recent release in March. And our main competitor, which is basically a scrolling environment, did not grow in March in usability. So I want to believe that that was my impact. Then we have ICC profiles. That's another thing that I don't really care about, but if you're doing some color-sensitive work and stuff like that, that is really important, so that your red on the screen is the red that, I don't know, the printing facility will see, or another person on the screen. Groups, I hate groups. Like, I know Typcraft showed groups. I hate them, but you love them, and I've even seen... I've even seen people use nested groups, which I think is like double bad. Shout out Outfoxed, he uses them maniacally. I hate them even more, but now with the layout rewrite, I can actually add them if you really want them. Recent effects like rounding power and glow. Glow was actually a fun one. I just saw that someone wanted it, and I was like, that's actually a fun thing to add, and it doesn't cost much, so I just added it in one evening. With some help of Claude to write the shaders, because I'm not that great at shaders. And obviously, tons of knobs and toggles that I don't use, because realistically, Hyperland 3 years ago was everything I use. And now, how can you help? Press the like button on GitHub. When you see a discussion or a merge request or an issue that you are interested in, that's the primary way to kind of let us know that, hey, I want this. I really would like to see this in Hyperland. The like button. So I also wanted to talk a bit about what we're working on right now. Obviously, not just, oh, hey guys, we fixed this one issue when if you press 17 buttons at the same time, something happens. The actual big things that we're working on Vulkan, which has been a widely requested feature, Lua configs, and obviously a standard performance improvements, which, funnily enough, about a week before I came here, there has been a bunch of CPU improvements where I managed to get my desktop computer to use 0% CPU on Hyperland, even when moving the mouse around. So that's pretty cool, I guess. So first thing is Lua. A lot of people kind of said that, oh, Lua, it's an entire programming language. I'll have to learn a programming language. It's going to be so hard to configure Hyperland. No. I've shown a few people the basic Lua config syntax, and they all agreed that it looks better than the current Hyperland syntax, which on one hand, great, because we're moving to it. On the other hand, thanks for dissing my own language. Obviously, the second thing is more power to those who need it. You can do a lot of things in Lua. We're packing basically every internal thing that you might want to use, every part of Windows states, of various compositor states. You can query all that and do fun stuff with it. And so we could get rid of a lot of bash scripts, a lot of plugins and stuff like that. Instead, just get them into the config. And now I've heard also the kind of argument that because you're pushing them into the config, that will mean that you're locking yourself into the Hyperland ecosystem and your config is no longer portable. But my argument is when you're writing a bash script to run on Hyperland sockets, that is also locking in. It's just slower and worse. That's literally it. Talking over sockets is really slow. And now I actually have a little secret that I didn't tell you. I am running the development Lua branch right now. Now, because it's a development Lua branch, I've had to fix 5 issues, so let's hope it doesn't break right now. Okay, so I wanted to show you a little small fun thing that you can do with Lua That wasn't really possible before. And this is a game of Pong that I'm currently controlling on my computer. There we go. And we have a counting of the score. We can move both paddles up and down. Score is in the top right. We have 2-0, 1-0. Okay, cool. So that's what you can do with Lua. Is it useful? No. Is it fun? Yes. Oh, there we go. Now something broke. Wonderful. Can we please get? I'll just do this. Wait, what? There we go. That's another Lua thing that I thought I fixed, but I guess I didn't. Okay, let's do it like this. Where are we at? There we go. The second thing is the Vulkan renderer, which the thing is, I put off making a Vulkan renderer for a long while because most things that people claim Vulkan will bring are not true. Vulkan will not bring you 2,000% better performance, even though a lot of games claim that it will. Mostly because Hyperland isn't a game, right? So Vulkan doesn't have like huge benefits here, but what Vulkan allows us is to clean up the entire renderer, which has been a mess because, again, Hyperland started as a hobby project. I didn't really worry that much, and then it grew and grew and grew, and we started, cascading hacks on hacks on hacks. But now we're working on it. So Vulkan pros that we're actually going to use, more control of the hardware, so we can do more targeted hardware fixes, more targeted hardware performance improvements. Like, we've had a few things in like Aquamarine, which is like the very low level backend that we use, where we had to use Vulkan to circumvent some OpenGL limitations around very specific hardware things that were just making things slow. Better hardware support going forward, potentially, because OpenGL is such a massive standard that a lot of the newer hardware doesn't really want to implement it fully. Like, I know that Macs, the Asahi Macs, usually perform Vulkan better because it's just a simpler standard. And yeah, there could be some small performance gains, but I wouldn't count on like anything game-changing in that regard. So I wanted to also touch a bit on how you can help. Because, we're a volunteer-led project. I'm not a volunteer. I'm glad to be able to work full-time on Hyperland, but obviously, my time is limited. And then we have a lot of volunteers, and you can help because it's a free and open source software project, right? So, obviously, you can make features, bug fixes. That's when you know how to code. You can expand the ecosystem. You can help maintain tools. A lot of the tools don't see that much maintenance because my time is limited, frankly. So I just focus on Hyperland as much as I can. And, the tools go to the side. Like, I'm still working on the dbus replacement that I talked about on my blog. It's just that I'm now taken by Lua, and I'm kind of working on other things. And I just work on that as I have time. If you have interest in programming, try it out. It doesn't cost anything. We have a lot of information on the wiki about how to set it up, how to build everything, how to run the development environment, literally step by step how you can do that. And even if you are not a professional programmer, even if you aren't a programmer at all, if you're interested in it, you can do it. One of the most important contributors in the 53 update, I believe, we made a lot of performance improvements, especially on laptops like this wonderful Framework laptop, where we managed to, on this laptop, double the frame rate for basically free, and those patches were submitted by a guy that learned programming just to contribute to Hyperland. No programming experience before. He just wanted to help. He has kids at home and a job, but he wanted to help. Even if you're afraid of programming for some reason, which you shouldn't be, really, it doesn't bite. It just gives you depression. You can obviously provide missing details to issues, and like link, duplicates, and stuff like that. This is something we really need because we don't have a moderator on GitHub or whatever, so there is still a lot of discussions that are duplicate, that are missing some information, especially when you have a crash report, or a stack trace. That would really help because a lot of the crashes, if you provide us the actual stack trace, which takes like 10 minutes to do, I can fix it in 5 minutes, provided I'm not sleeping. You can like and upvote issues because even though we have a lot of users, I am not seeing that many likes on issues. So if you have something you want from Hyperland, please press that button. It takes 2 seconds. Test and provide feedback. Like, for example, if you're interested in Lua, there is the merge request. You can compile it right now, run it like I do here, encounter bugs like I just did, and report them and tell me, oh, hey, this doesn't work, that doesn't work, or, I would like this and that. Just today, I woke up and I saw that there were 3 new comments on the merge request with people being like, hey, it would be cool to have this. I'm like, that's a great comment because I'm just going to add it because you want it, right? Fix up and expand translations. I don't speak all of the languages of the world. I speak 3.5. So like, you know, I did 3 translations, and a lot of the translations are sourced by the community. We actually use AI, surprisingly, for translation. Not for making them, but for checking them. Because I don't speak every single language, obviously, so we made a small AI bot that I can ping, and it like checks if the translation makes sense at least, so that we don't get into the Minecraft situation where someone slipped a racial slur into one of the translations of Minecraft. Or, obviously, the most important, tell your friends about Hyperland. Bother them as much as you can. Because the most important part is Hyperland is here for you. We're not here to make AI microslop, you know, things. We're not here to shove Copilot into our React start menu and stuff like that. We're trying to just make a great desktop for you, essentially. Because even though it started as a hobby project, it's now one of the most used desktop environments on Linux. I mean, we've got 20% of Arch package stats recently. And kind of my idea is to just give you a sandbox, a playground that you can use to make something of your own instead of just being forced into whatever Tim Apple or Satya Microsoft, or was it Satya Nadella from Microsoft? I think. Yeah, Satya Microsoft wants you to use, like, for example, a React start menu. The world's your oyster, and we're just here to help you get it. Thank you.
First off, it's sloppia. Okay, that's what we call them. Second off, you have a few minutes. Would you take a question?
Sure.
All right, question. Give me your question now. Oh, you got no questions. That was such an excellently well delivered. Oh, we got one. Session management coming to Wayland. Is that something Hyperland wants to support?
We have discussed adding session management. The big problem with session management in Hyperland is that it doesn't do much. Because the entire point of session management is that an app can be like, okay, save my state and then restore it later. But when we're tiling, like, you're just back into tiles. This makes more sense when you have a floating environment. And so, although we will probably implement it, there isn't much that we can do with it for now. So if in the future there is some use case that we can support with it, maybe, for example, restoring like the specific layout data, like, you know, how the app is laid out and stuff like that, which could be finicky, because if your layout changes a bit, it could be messy to kind of restore what it was. Right now, we're just looking into it, because we don't see much of a benefit in, you know, in a tiling workspace right now. But there have been other things that the Wayland Protocols guys said that will kind of work on top of the session management. So when we have these things, that will be a time to reevaluate how useful that can be in Hyperland. Anyone else?
We got a DHH question.
Oh.
When are we going to get saved layouts?
When are we going to get saved layouts?
There has been a merge request in the past to do that. Now we could do it with the layout rewrite, but there hasn't been many people that actually requested it. If every single person from this room likes that, that will become a priority, yes.
Is the Pong open source?
Is the what?
The Pong game you just made. Is that open source?
I can make it.
All right, because Flappy Bird is clearly next.
It was coded by GPT, so... Because I'm too lazy.
All right. What?
If we all upload Copilot support, will we get it?
Yes. If we all upload Copilot support, will we get it?
I think you missed the part where it says alignment with the project.
Nice try, Twitch. All right. Okay. Well, we can get to the next person. You want to take your laptop? All right. The next. Oh, yeah. First. Clap. That was a good presentation. Good job. I'm also super proud of Vax keeping it PG. That was really well done. I'm very proud of you. All right, next we have Ryan with us. He's coming. He has a framework computer, looking good. I think that I see an Ethernet slot on it. Is that what I'm seeing? No, it's not. Oh, dang. Here you go. You're going to do great.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm surprised you went with my real name. It's always disorienting trying to look at a different screen. I wanted to kind of touch on this idea that some of it's going to overlap with what David said. There's no way that we could give 2 talks and not overlap. But this idea that for most of computing history, we've kind of been expected to accept your operating system as something that you just tolerated. It wasn't something that you owned, certainly wasn't something you took pride in. And there was a lot of stuff that came along with that. Not the least of which was these multi-hour, multi-stepped installations that could happen, or incredibly invasive marketing inside of a product that you already paid for. And I know what all of you are thinking. And say, well, what about Linux? Linux has been here the whole time. We didn't invent Linux. And you're right. The problem is with Linux, it was kind of like you could choose anything, but first you have to choose everything. This is still the case with most other distros today, is that before you can get started, you have to choose your bootloader, your file system, your distro, your display server. And most people don't know the answers to those questions or the consequences of them, right? I was one of those people. I wanted snapshots and didn't know that you couldn't have snapshots on XFS with system deboot. So you're wiping your system to fix that. And that's really annoying. Even if you did all of this and went through all the configuration and you got your themes and your dot files and all those kind of things working, if you were adventurous enough to take on that task, you're probably still left with a question or two. The most common one being, why doesn't my audio work? So that, for the longest time, has been considered what we would call like good enough, right? The operating systems are good enough, and I think we can all agree, right? Good enough isn't good enough. And looking at something like what we have now with Omachi, in that it installs in less than 2 minutes. We've got 1 minute and 44 on this run. It doesn't require you to create accounts to set up. There's no nag screens that are trying to sell you additional products. But most importantly, it's yours, and it's yours to shape from day one, out of the box. And that's what we ask and expect of everybody. We try to make it easier to shape even into your own experience, even though, you know, kind of the original vision is cast as like, it's David's setup. But everybody in this room probably has something that looks a little bit different. And we've seen dozens and dozens. I chose half a dozen of my favorite ones. But we've seen dozens and dozens of users do this and even go so far as to have the RGB lighting inside of their systems react as they change themes, which is fucking awesome. You can't do that in a lot of other things. Now, obviously, right, this seems obvious with the group of people sitting here for the purpose that we're all sitting here, that, you know, this makes sense. A sane set of defaults with beautiful theming. Obviously, somebody should have done that, but obvious and easy are two very different things. So I want to kind of like go back and say, like, what did it take for all of this to become ours, right? And it all starts with dot files and bash scripts, which a number of people have argued that's all Omachi is. It's not. But this was the original start, right? It was an install script that brought all that stuff to the table on a vanilla Arch install and allowed users to have Omachi, and it was great out of the box. It was even great then. But we quickly found that it was still a little bit challenging. People would choose the wrong options. It required a lot of like users to do the right things and read the manuals, and most people aren't good at reading manuals. I'm one of them. So that's where the online ISO came from. That was ultimately, I think, where I got connected directly with David, because up until that point, I'd just like shown up to the party and just started throwing pull requests at the project. And this was the first time we were like, hey, let's work together on something. We built the online ISO, and it was great. It allowed it smoothed out a lot of the installation issues, but it created new ones. And the one that haunts my memories is this one, in that we started sort of that launch trajectory at the same time that Arch was being DDoSed, so nobody could install. And even people who already had installed couldn't update. So we were kind of forced to figure out, like, all right, what do we do with this? We own the configuration, but we don't own everything else. And obviously the most logical thing was just to deploy your own. So we established the Omachi mirror and the Omachi package repo, as David mentioned, it all on Cloudflare with CDN and all of these things. That honestly, as we were talking about setting it up, we were like, why doesn't this already exist? This is just how it should work. A byproduct of this was with the Omachi package repo, because we have packages that are served from the Arch user repository. Normally, you have to download those and compile them all locally, and that could take a long time. Pinto was one that I remember we even pulled from the install for a minute, because it took 10 minutes to install. And we're like, this is ridiculous. But now we can build those, we can build them on a server, set them up there, make the install super fast. Which is something that I've been a little obsessive with, is like, how fast can we install this thing? So of course, an offline ISO was necessary. There's nothing faster than just removing the internet from it, and also that removes any other issues. I do recall, even after we had the mirror, after we had our own package repo, the online ISO, I had one user I was trying to help, could not figure out what the problem was. And ultimately, I asked him, I said, hey, are you installing on Wi-Fi by chance? And he said, yeah. I said, just do me a favor, move closer to your router. And that solved the problem. Sometimes it's the simplest solutions. But the offline ISO kind of took all of that out of the equation and made it possible for situations like what TJ had to do, where you had to load multiple systems back to back. It would take a lot longer if you had to download everything every single time. So that seemed pretty good. We had a script install, we've got an ISO install, we've got an Arch mirror, we've got package repo, we've got our arms kind of around it and sort of can do what we want to do. But there was still kind of one boss fight for us to deal with, and that was the rolling release. The rolling release is part of what makes Arch what Arch is. It's part of the piece that drove me to Arch even when Omacon existed. Because I like being on the bleeding edge, I like having that. But sometimes the bleeding edge is a little too bloody. And the UWSM update and the Lamine update in November were evidence of that fact, right? Where a number of users, if you happen to update at the wrong time, or when some packages are out of sync, you're screwed. So the question was, what do we do about that? Everybody I talked to, everybody would just have us think that that's just Arch. Right? Arch is just unstable. That's just part of what you accept with Arch. I don't think either of us are good at accepting any norms. So we said, well, fine, we'll do it ourselves. And we just set up the stable mirror and stable Omachi package repo, where we basically just clone the universe and allow that to move in unison with the Omachi project as it progresses. So anytime we ship new configs, we can kind of ensure that everything that goes live with that, and if you're updating to that version, that it's always stable, it's always been super tested, and all of the libraries are all in sync with each other. So that's been really helpful. So that gives us all of this, right? It started as, a dream and some dot files and some configurations and some bash scripts, and it quickly turned into, I certainly didn't expect that we would own, 2 mirrors, 3-ish, package repositories, ISO distribution as a part of it. And I think all of this sort of like culminates in this idea of the fundamentals have shifted, right? In a closed system, we've been trained over time with Windows and Mac and all of the other to just kind of accept things as they are or build workarounds. And what we've found, even with like very fundamental things that are at the base root of the operating system we've built on top of, if it sucks, we can just fix it. And that's the thing that I think is the best part about Omachi, and kind of why most of the people here are probably interested in it and driving it forward. So it's certainly not perfect yet. It probably never will be, right? We'll always have some rough edge or something that we want to add. Or I know gaming is near and dear to my heart, so someday, hopefully, we get kernel level anti-cheat on most games. It's possible. They just have to turn it on. But it is ours, right? And it's ours to manipulate and change and make better and improve over time. And I think that's what we're very dedicated to do. So that's it. I blew through that.
Hey. You guys just looked so happy there for a second. All right, well, to really finish off the evening, we have 2 more talks. And so right now we have Spencer coming up, then 1 more, and then some closing arguments, right?
Yep.
Yeah?
Perfect.
You gonna wow us?
I hope so.
Oh, we have a break technically. I forgot. We're supposed to do a break, aren't we?
Oh, we're breaking?
Yeah. Am I icing the kicker? Yeah, we're breaking right now, right? Huh? Yeah, we're doing a bathroom break. Sorry, I totally just forgot. I was so stoked. Hey, I'm good at coding, okay? That's what I can do. Yeah, take a break.
In the thick of it, gorgeous. You're so full of your love, so struck in your element. It's irrelevant. I'm not giving you more. Take a left turn and a right down the alley. There's a door, step aside to the back of the caddy in a cherry red polka dot skirt. Look at Callie, baby, catch me if you can. Catch me if you can.
What we say now will make us dangerous. What we say now will make us strangers. What we say now will make us dangerous. What we say now will make us strangers.
I had the feeling you'd be in that room. Love without meaning, all you think about is you. Pull her closer, kiss in my bedroom. Think I don't notice when I'm folding her clothes too. Now I'm riding slow just to tease you. You say that you can't wait. I wear her shirt just to please you. And if you got a problem, don't talk to me. Just fall down begging on your knees. So you say how much you need. Why don't you talk to me like you do in your sleep? Just fall down begging on your knees. Just fall down begging on your knees. Just fall down begging on your knees. Why don't you talk down begging on your knees? I'm excited, catch me with her too. Love is violent, I prey on pretty girls who pull their hair back when they walk past you. I can fight it like the ones that you like too. Now I'm riding slow just to tease you. You say that you can't wait. I wear her shirt just to please you. And if you got a problem, don't talk to me. Just fall down begging on your knees. So
All right, we're going to get started in 1 minute.
I'm gonna hold Mike too.
All right, let's get going. So I want to introduce Spencer briefly here because, first of all, Spencer's filling in for Dax Reed from Open Code, who's going to be here. But unfortunately, I had a dog that got run over and a wife that's very pregnant. So very good excuses to not come to a 1, 2. Spencer was able to jump in and fill in the spot, which I'm really happy. This doesn't work at all. Let's try the other one. Test, test. Maybe this one's better. 1, 2. Test, test. No. Should I go back to the other one? This is good? All right, here we go. This has been an absolutely amazing project to get these new Panther-like chips that I talked a fair amount about in my keynote going, and has really opened the door to the kind of collaboration I always hoped was going to be possible with Omachi, that we were going to be able to work directly with hardware manufacturers like Dell to get the latest hardware going on day one right away. So here's Spencer talking about that integration project and how we got it all up and running.
All right, thank you, everybody. So I'm going to highlight exactly the same thing we've all been talking about. This is the year of the Linux desktop, or the laptop, I guess, right? So when we start talking about what is the year of the Linux desktop, and pushing these ideas towards this laptop form factor, our laptops are what we carry around with us every day. And a lot of you out there today are running the laptops. And traditionally, whenever you start looking at what laptops you want to go buy, what PCs you want to go buy, if you want to go run Linux on it, the safest bet is to go buy a year-old laptop, right? The chipsets are supported in Linux. Usually don't have to worry about it. Sound might still not work, but maybe it does, right? Now, what Dell is doing is we have a long history of enabling Linux across our fleet. Dell in the enterprise landscape has also really been targeted at Linux. A lot of our workstations are running on Ubuntu, for example, with GPU workflows and different accelerators and enabling those in an enterprise use case. We've had a long history of enabling different firmware, enabling all these components to work in Linux out of the box. And what we do to make that happen is we actually go work with all of our vendors. So Dell as an OEM is building these computers, and we go work with different providers to go work with our audio chipsets, storage and chip manufacturers, accelerators, GPUs, things like that. And what we've done in the past is we've started pushing them towards open standards. So instead of us building custom things for our stuff and our stuff only, we think it's more beneficial to promote those back to the community so that it works across the whole Linux stack. Funny enough, this is something that I actually didn't realize that we did. Anybody familiar with DKMS? Yep, okay, some hands, all right, so you've felt pain and suffering. So in the dynamic kernel module support, what this really enables you to do is create that kernel package module that says that you can install these drivers on different Linux kernels as you start updating. This is pretty much key across all major distros nowadays. If you want to go install drivers and you want to bump your Linux kernel, DKMS enables that. DKMS was actually created by the Dell Linux team all the way back in 2003. It's now supported, we open sourced it, and it's in every major distro today. It's in Omachi, that's how we're doing all of these packaging that I'm going to get to in a minute. But Linux and Dell have a long history. We've been doing it since the 80s and 90s, basically. We've been a big proponent of it, and we've always been pushing it forward. The other thing that we really pushed was LVFS. And LVFS is that enablement where we can take those BIOS, firmware, other things that you would traditionally, maybe you swap over to Windows and install it, or you have to download it and flash it via USB. All of those things, those days kind of went away back in 2015. In 2015, Dell had a big IoT landscape where we looked at these different Linux platforms that we wanted to go support for different edge use cases out in the enterprise. The thing that we noticed was Red Hat had this new thing called LVFS. And LVFS enabled the OEMs to go ship out their BIOS updates, anything that you would think from an update side of things, to all go through LVFS. So think of it as the Windows updater for Linux, right? It just works. You just run firmware update, it updates your firmware, and you're good to go. So you're always on the latest security patches and everything there. And LVFS also works in Omachi today. So if you do run update on your firmware, it's using LVFS there. Dell was a big proponent and one of the first adopters of LVFS, and we've been pushing it. And back to that previous slide that I had, where we looked at pushing those vendors, what we call our RTS day, which is ready to ship for our devices across servers and clients and edge devices and everything you can think of. Our mandate for all of our vendors is that they have to push towards LVFS. So whenever a device ships out of Dell, those BIOS drivers, all of that stuff that comes through LVFS is actually coming across not only to Windows updates, but through LVFS so that you can use those across different Linux distros that supports it. And yeah, this was a really good push that we had to be able to enable all of these vendors to make these devices just work. Now I talk about getting devices just to work. Talk about the XPS and Omachi story. It's not always perfect. So this was day one, Omachi 3.4. Get the XPS and throw Omachi on it, and it's the classic problem. My audio doesn't work, my camera doesn't work. And for Dell, and I think DHH and the Omachi team, and probably all of you guys, I would consider that unacceptable. If I'm not gonna use it as my daily driver, I want my PC to be perfect, I want it to look great, I want it to feel great, and I don't want it to be a pain. I don't want it to be in my way. I don't want the operating system to be in my way. I want to be able to go do my work. And for that to happen, that's unacceptable. So all of these things, mic, speaker, camera, display VRR, display PSR, which is a optimization with our displays, all the power optimization for Panther Lake, all of the performance optimization, Wi-Fi 6, Wi-Fi 7, even the MPU, which we now, well, I'm hinting at, we have that enabled, and other like OpenVINO things so we can go run the dictation on the MPU so you get even more power preservation as we start enabling more local type of workloads. So in order to make this happen, if you go purchase an XPS, Omachi has a custom kernel that we built to enable for XPS at day one launch. So at RTS for XPS with Omachi 3.5, with the thank you for DHH and the Omachi team, as well as Intel. What we did was we went in and we went and created about 20 different backports from Linux 7 to get this to work. Since we're on new chipsets and hardware and displays and everything, nothing was really in that Arch 16.19 flavor. Nothing, that's why all that stuff didn't work. But it is in some of the release candidates for 7, for Linux 7. What we have to do is we have to go do the different DKMS stuff and build those backports to be able to go create those kernel module packages so that we can go create all of the enablement for these different types of things. Some of the newest stuff that we had to go look at was like the camera. So the camera has a whole new architecture on how we're actually implementing that with Intel and the MyPi camera architecture. So, and again, shout out to Intel for helping us out, getting that enabled. But now, I guess one more thing that's very important. The Panther Lake chipsets are very power optimized. It's a next generation of using your PC. Whenever I use my laptop traditionally, you know, I'm carrying around a battery bank, I'm carrying around my power adapter, I'm always kind of, you know, checking the battery at the top right. This is a little bit of where you get to a point where I no longer need to really worry about that. I'm just gonna use my laptop, right? And I know some of you Mac users out there kind of feel that whenever you're using Mac OS, and I think that that's now coming to Linux. That traditionally was really not a Linux story. It was, you know, I want to run Linux because this is the experience I want, not because this is the most power optimized operating system. But now, that barrier is going away. With the addition of LPMD and Thermal D, this enables those things that you get like in Windows, where if you're on a different workspace or a different screen and you have a YouTube video playing in the background, it enables that optimization of the chipsets to allow the chipset to optimize for not having to render those different types of things. So it can actually go take all of those optimizations that we have and apply these Intel different libraries that we have along with Thermal D to have the most efficient different type of experience on this Panther Lake device on XPS. So what actually happened? So what I did was go through and we fixed everything. So if you go purchase an XPS today, it actually will work out of the box with Panther Lake. And all of those performance optimizations, power optimizations, they're only going to get better. This is kind of the newest age, like we talk about LPMD and Thermal D. Panther Lake is still new. Panther Lake is not in all of this, the Linux kernel stuff that needs to happen for it to be completely mainstream right now. But we found it really important that we wanted to give developers the power to go use XPS. And even if Linux kernel 7 wasn't out yet, we wanted to enable that with Omachi. So that's why thank you to DHH and reaching out and making sure that we can go make that happen. Now we can have this developer work style on a premium device where you don't have to sacrifice looks, feels, and power when we start looking at enabling the PC that you use every day. And with that, I'm going to play a video of the XPS if you haven't seen it. And feel free to come talk to me. I have a few of them here. I have the IPS, I have the OLED panels. We've got all sorts of fun stuff to go look at. But here's a quick demonstration of one of the XPS videos. We're missing audio, but a new world where HDMI audio needs to work. Let's see. Oh, it says it's playing. Oh, that's a Linux 7.1? All right, well, regardless, I'll back it up 2 seconds, but what you can kind of see here is we really went through the craftsmanship of enabling, milled aluminum on the device, creating that best display, and getting that, what we call our zero lattice keyboard, so, trying to not create those fingerprints on that screen whenever you close your lid, create the most key travel we can in that slimmest design, and then hopefully, based on your opinions, that it is whenever you go pick your next PC. So thank you again to the team, and yeah, thank you. Yeah, of course. So as of right now, a prototype. I'm not committing to anything. HH, as a gift of love for all of the work that we had to do, we had printed him and Omachi and SuperKey just to show goodwill. If there's an interest, feel free to, talk on socials about it. But yeah, nothing plan of record right now. But yeah, good question. Sorry. A separate sticker. Yeah, we'll just someone start up an Amazon shop and get your Omachi stickers printed out for all the XPS machines. Yeah. Oh, Shopify. Start your Shopify app. Yeah. Sell it everywhere. Yeah. Okay. All right. Any other questions? We should ship them preloaded with Omachi. Yeah, so I would say I believe you. So I you fully to go install that ISO. But yeah, feel free, on socials, give that feedback, right? The partnership that we did with DHH was really we wanted to see what organic growth we have with a new distro that really focused on enabling developer workflows. Developers are very important to us. We think that you guys stress our systems and use our systems in the most intensive ways. Are just normal productivity users, right? In enterprise, when they're opening PowerPoint, they're opening Google Sheets, they're web browsing, things like that. And if it works for developers, it's going to work for them. So as you guys, really tackle all of those things, please be vocal about it. Top of my head, I can't exactly think. I wish I had that for you, but what I will say is come feel it. So it is, there's a lot of engineering that went forward that makes it feel more than it is. So there, you know, about the feel at the end of the day. A measurement is a measurement, but it's all about that look and feel. Yep. Yeah. So like the question was, what can we do to, as a community, to help, you know, say that you want XPS, you want Dell to be a part of that Linux community. One, like we want to be a part of the community as well. And the more vocal, the more demands, and honestly, the more devices that we sell that link to different Linux distros, that gives us more power to go put more investment in these spaces. So it's not that we don't want to invest in Linux, like we 100% do. The thing that we need is the demand, right? The more demand that we have, we're going to listen. Like, we're not going to ignore demand. All right? Yeah. Yes, great question, great question. Sorry? Oh, okay. Thanks. The question was, do we have to purchase Windows when we buy an XPS? I will say, as of today, that the home and premium are the options to purchase XPS. Okay, right now, but you know, let's stay tuned, see what happens. But yeah, I mean, right now comes with that license. Yeah, question. Yeah, so traditionally in the past, right? And I think that's one thing I can hit on. I don't know what the time is, but we'll just come get me when we're done. Seconds for the past 20 minutes, so. So in the past, we've had the XPS Developer Edition. And that just kind of goes to show, like, we've been having XPS as our flagship developer lineup. We want, you know, we're making this XPS for developers. The Developer Edition in the past, Ubuntu, right? And can't say too much more right now. Say that we're not looking at tons of distros to go look at, but you know, there is this idea of Developer Edition being important to XPS. All right, my 2 seconds is over.
Thanks, Spencer. All right, for our last talk of the day, before DHH gives us some, I'm sure, very brief closing remarks, we've got Prime. Prime, why don't you come on down? Yes. So I'm sure a lot of you guys know Prime, but it's exciting to have him here today, and I like getting to hang out with him in person, because normally we have to work remotely together, so it's nice to be back. And for the very first person to sign up to speak at Omicon. So there we go.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm going to do a little old paper, if everyone's okay with that, yeah? So you guys got to look really closely. Can you see that? No, all right, hey. So I'm going to admit something to you that's a little embarrassing. I'm kind of a loser. All right, thank you. So Chris Powers thinks I'm the biggest loser. Of course, mark infringement. Never do that because I'm physically afraid of Jillian Michaels. Okay. There's also some people in here that aren't surprised by that because it's cutting out a lot. Is it this? Do I do this thing? Super still. Okay, I will not move from here on out. Okay. Oh man, that does not work. I have to move. Here, okay, here, I'll try this. All right, how's that? I guess I'll just try to go for it and we'll see what happens here. But some of you won't this, and the reason yeah, whether that is going to be YouTube comments, Twitter, it is, and there's kind of a which goes something along the lines of this. hey, I've been in the industry for 5. All right. Beacon, remember, one of these was really loud. So if this is the loud one, it's going to just destroy the speakers. How are we doing? We're doing good? We're going to start at the beginning? Okay, hey. All right, well, hey, guys, hey, everybody, I'm a loser. Oh, Chris, why would you say that? Jillian Michaels, am I right, folks? Scary. All right. That's silly. Okay, I'll kind of start back with, I know there's a lot of you that aren't surprised, because I already said the facts. Lots of, if I do them both, I bet you one of them will be working at all times. I get a lot of messages, and the messages go something along the lines of, hey, you know, I've been working for 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. Hey, I'm in college right now. What do I do? Like, what's the changing environment, how things are moving? Like, I am genuinely freaked out. I don't know where things are going. Is everything I've done for the last 1, 5, 10, 15, 20 years, is it worthless? Am I worth less now? And this is a question I just see like constantly, to the point where at least multiple times a month, someone's like saying they're gonna kill themselves over this. Like, it's like insane messages going out there, because people, you know, I think a lot of people feel this kind of feeling. And so I guess in some sense I sympathize with that, because how could you not, right? Like, I don't know if you've been on Twitter in the last couple days, but there's a very aggressive strain of AGI going on right now. We're achieving it daily at this point. So I'd highly recommend a good social distancing for 24 to 48 hours to help slow the spread, because it's going to be achieved several more days in a row if we do not stop. But for me, I actually feel it quite a bit, in the sense that I feel this exact same sense of loss, and I feel this confusion, and I feel things. And for the last 6 months, I've kind of been in a bit of a funk, shall I say. If TJ, I don't know where TJ went, but TJ, several phone calls to him being like, TJ, I'm confused right now, feeling a little out of control. And the reason being is, for the last 20 years, there's a handful of days, but pretty much I've done 6,000 days of programming in the last 20 years. I don't know how many hours that equates to, but it's a lot of hours. I'm not that quick with math. Of those 20 years, 14 of them have been spent doing Vim motions of some form, whether it's in IntelliJ or, God bless my soul, I did VS Code for 6 months. Sorry, Maria. I did a lot. I did a lot of it, right? And then I eventually landed home in NeoVim. It was a great time. And so I look at that, and I realized something kind of strange, I guess. See, you guys were out smoking with cigarettes, partying, drinking grape juice, and I was out sharpening my blade, honing my skills, speedrunning Vim Tutor, becoming the best you can possibly be at that program. You guys were probably having premarital sex. I was learning programming languages, okay? I knew Go, JavaScript, C, Rust, Zig, even some Jai at one point. I've done them all. And obviously this is an Arch Linux conference. I can tell, a lot of Chads out there. And so you guys were out sculpting your bodies, lifting heavy weights? No, I was becoming the ultimate generalist. I could build anything. At one point I had to build a packet perturber sending something that looked like GStreamer so we could test the latency from JavaScript to when audio hits HDMI, and making sure that, hey, if we're gonna be doing live video games, are we gonna hear pops, right? Like, I have just been doing this thing over and over again, building developer tools, taking some idea, and how do you make it into something people can look at and feel and test? And, well, have I invested poorly? It's a question I keep asking myself over and over again. Have I invested poorly in my future? I guess in some sense, it feels like that, right? I think that a lot of people can look at that and say, well, no one's gonna skills anymore. That's not worth as much anymore. And so I kind of feel a little bit like Jim Cramer. You know, like maybe there should be like an inverse prime index fund out there because it's way better. And so, you know, perhaps this is just like part of being on X. You know, it's not necessarily the most healthy platform to be able to have any sort of correct perspective. It is just a platform to have a perspective. Speaking of perspective, have you guys heard of introspection? Figured at least one person would like that. Mark Andreessen out there, I'm so sorry if you ever hear. I introspected by accident. I won't do it again, I swear. I'm not giving into communism. Don't worry. So the last 6 months, I have been doing this. I have been introspecting, and I keep asking myself the same question, which is, do I have value? What is my value? Is my work history less? Is like my time now worth less because of what the changes and all this? And I know that a lot of people are feeling the exact same thing. So I just have to answer that question. What is my value? And for a long time, I guess I kind of gave into this notion, or I started thinking about this notion or testing this notion, like, is my value just having taste? This is that fancy word VCs keep using. I don't really know what it means, but apparently what that means is that your value as an engineer is how nice you can make a website look, or maybe how nice your command line flags can be eaten by Claudebot, because that's what's going to happen, right? Or sorry, not Claudebot. Sorry for the trademark infringement, Dario. Please don't come after me. OpenClaw. And so, is that it? Is that what we are as engineers now? Just taste? Just making sure things look nice? Make circle, not square? Maybe. No, I mean, I hope not, but that's what it kind of seems if you read a lot of the writings right now. I guess another thing I thought about is like, okay, is it lines of code? Because during my peak, during my heyday, non-Adderall supported amount of lines of code could be like 15,000 in a week. I could type really fast. I can Vim hard, man. But then Gary Tan does like 37,000 in a day. And he goes like 7 days a week. Like, there's no way I can compete on lines of code. So my value, it can't be in that either, because I'm getting mogged left and right by a guy who dressed in a lobster outfit. Like, it's not going to work out for me. So this is kind of the difficult part of the talk. I didn't really know how to do this, mostly because the transition is really bad. What we're going to do, we're going to talk about a time when I was much, much younger. It was changing a job. I just got done purchasing a house in Bozeman, Montana. Okay, if you don't know anything about Bozeman, Montana, it's now like Beverly Hills of Montana. Very expensive. It's ridiculous. But I bought mine on a handshake deal for $205. Look at it in the books. It's crazy different now. And part of that is that I lived in this, nice little house outside of town, and I had a nice job. My wife actually worked at a company called Zoot, where she learned how to use Vim before me. Huh? Hubba, that was crazy. That was very attractive. I hope she liked that. She might not like what I just said there. Okay, anyways. So I got an offer to go work at a different company. And this company ultimately, I would say, became the company that shaped who I am as an engineer. I think a lot of people can kind of remember that one company that maybe pushed them a lot harder, did all that, however that looks. And for me, I had that company. It was called Web Filings at the time, now known as Workiva. But I didn't know that at the time, right? When you take a job, you don't know how a job's going to be. And I was sitting there thinking, like, by the way, I'm really bad with debt. I hate debt. And so just like sitting there, I was just freaking out. I just bought my first house. Now I'm going to a job. Am I going to be good enough for this job? I was just like so in the zone, focused on just these things that could possibly happen going to a new job. And I remember my wife was right here, and I was just walking. We were walking to our neighbors, and I was just so focused on it. And for the first time in my lifetime, life hit me in the face. And by life, I mean a 2x4 that happened to be sticking out of a truck. And due to the fact that I was so in my head and so upset, I walked directly into it, and I was laying on the ground, and I was shocked. It was a very shocking experience. And that was actually the thing that snapped me out of it, surprisingly enough, when you're super pissed getting hit in the head with a 2. Slightly recommend it, but it has to be on accident. But that moment I realized, like, I was so focused on a future that I was crafting out of a narrative that I don't even know, that I didn't see the actual real and obvious danger directly in front of me. I made up dragons that didn't even exist until I was laying on the ground. And kind of that same thing happened to me again just recently. Sorry. Which was, I had the same kind of 2x4 moment. And so for the last 6 months, I genuinely have been very, very worried. I've asked the same question: what is my value? What am I doing here? For the last 2 years, I've had a couple medical issues. It's just like everything doesn't seem to be lining up like it normally has for some portion of my life. And so it's been difficult. And my second 2x4 moment, if you will, was I saw this tweet. And I'm not going to name names on anybody for this one. But the tweet looked something like this. Man, I'm trying to solve this really trivial issue. Has anyone figured this out yet? And then there's a screenshot. And the screenshot was Claude or one of the many robots having its internal monologue. And inside the internal monologue it said, hey, forking chromium is a really interesting question. We should pursue ... And I thought, how do you build a web project in which the result of whatever you've made choices of as engineers led you to forking chromium? This is the worst decision I've ever seen. There's nothing trivial about it. Modern 2023 to 25 hardware takes 6 hours to compile the project. Like, this is not how did you get here? Like, this is insanity. And then it just kind of dawned on me there that all the decisions I've made and learned and earned along the way, those only get, if AI is to be a true multiplier, then every one of those little decisions actually do matter, because if you don't, you're forking chromium, which again is for chromium for any reason. Like, there's very few reasons you should do that. And I just sat there and I was like, you can't explain to a data, like, you're not going to just magically end up with a Boyce Cod normalized database. Yeah, shout out Boyce Cod. Where's my Boyce Cod boys at? Anyways, but you're not going to just end there unless you know what it is. You're not going to know why you should break that. You're not going to know why you should use standard in and standard out versus a web server. You're not going to know why you should make all these individual choices, and these decisions, they compound over and over again. It's not some sort of like, oh, you have a 5n problem. No, you have a 2 to the n problem. And every one of these just get more and more weighty. And so, yeah, maybe one code, by the way, trad coder, I don't know if you know that, but I was a big fan of it. But I could see why generation of code is super fantastic, because if it works, like with TJ, you could just have magical next Omachi theme just come popping up, and that's like super fantastic. And there's a lot of problems that are just simply really, really well understood and documented 5,000 times. Build another parser. I don't think anybody needs to build another parser, except in Bash, am I right? Sorry, this is very stupid. Don't worry about that. Don't ignore that. I forgot where I was. That was very funny, though. And so with that, it's like, I guess the big two takeaways is, what do you do if you have all these skills? Well, even if you don't, somehow we do get to this future where you're never typing another character. It is actually so valuable to have experience. If anything, if the cost of a line of code has dramatically dropped, then the cost of the right line of code has dramatically increased. It has to, because that means everything is free. And when you have a bunch of options, like, who here has made their own pizza? Your first time you make your own pizza, it's terrible. You were like, dude, I love onions. Oh my gosh, sausage is great. Oh, I love pineapple. Hey, I love, and then all of a sudden you just have every ingredient underneath the sun on your pizza, and you're like, this is the worst pizza I've ever made in my entire lifetime. Because when you have every option, it actually becomes dramatically harder to pick the right option. And so for those that don't have skill, I thrown around a new, probably get this on some of those highfalutin podcasts out there, but toxic productivity. You don't have to be productive at all times. Like, earning experience is more valuable than completing something instantaneously. Like, I think there's this mindset or this idea that if you're not continuously having some sort of end result that you can click or do something, then you haven't been productive. But I can tell you the biggest and most influential moments of my life have not been from making something that's clickable, but from failing over and over again to understand why we do something a certain way. And sure, I could have read the friendly manual, but I decided to save 5 minutes of reading the friendly manual with 6 hours of debugging, and I learned a lot from that. And so please, if you're new, like, there's still so much hope, there's still so much cool things. We live in a world where you can actually be like, write me an OCaml parser, and like, that actually can happen. You can just do that now. That's neat. Even though you wouldn't want to maintain it, you can still do that. That's super cool. And so I don't want people to get lost in this weird kind of world we have crafted where everything happens to be the end of the world. AGI is being achieved. Dario, once again, has said coding will be gone now in 12 months. It happened again. Can you believe that? And it's just like, well, maybe, but good decision-making can't be gone. Like, I don't see how you can get from A to B without someone with good decision-making. And I don't mean taste, I mean actual engineering decision-making that goes into this. Why should you pick this data format versus that data format? Why should you serialize? Why should you do the decisions are, and so that's all I really wanted to say, because that's how I got over my last 6 months of swirling around, and I know that a lot of people are swirling around, and I hope you realize the fun we have and the goodness. And finally, I'll end with a DHH quote. It's fun to be competent. Thank you. We also have something else, right? Sort of? Yeah. Little come up on here. Come up. DJ was, who else was going? No, Spencer was going to come up here, right? I can't remember. Tanya. Tanya. Here, would you like a microphone?
I would.
You got it. This is DHH, by the way.
So I'm trying to find a way from that into a uplifting ending. And I think what's magic to me about this moment is exactly that we're trapped between this is the most exciting moment in computing history, and this is the most terrifying unknown we've ever looked at. When I got started with the internet, there was both of those things, but at a much, much slower rate. As Tobi was saying earlier, when him and I catch up at the track where we have not seen each other for 3 weeks, it seems like a decade has passed by. And I certainly personally feel like we are not built to cope with that level of energy going through the industry because it's outrageous. And that energy is in many ways so exciting. Everything that you've heard today has been around the idea that we can now make computers more our own, in large part because AI is helping us do it, is helping lower those barriers of entry. But it's also, as Prime is saying, teaching you what, when. One of the things I found out when I started building Omachi and with Omicon was I was doing it with AI to some extent. And I hadn't done any bash at all. This was a new language to me. And I was using AI to generate that for me. And I realized somewhere halfway through Omicon that I hadn't learned any bash at all. I had been building this entire project in bash, and I was still asking AI for the syntax to check if a file existed every single time, because nothing had sunk in because I had not put it through my own fingers. This was actually the experience that led to me on the Lex Friedman podcast last year saying, you know what? I don't like that. I do not like the sensation that I'm not learning, and I'm not learning because I'm not typing. I don't want autocomplete to be typing for me because I actually do want to learn bash. I think it's a really nice language, and I think it's something you should know, and I was not learning it. Now, I try to keep that experience in my head and saying, when there are things I want to learn, maybe I don't want to learn them right now. That's okay. It's totally fine to use AI for something that you don't actually understand. But if you have an aspiration to get the thrill of competency, where you're actually picking up new skills and you're internalizing those skills in such a way you can remember them tomorrow and apply them, and apply the lessons from that when you're maybe instructing your agents to do something that you're leveling up as a personal level, you got to at some point get back into typing things yourself, because that's the only way these things are going to get absorbed. Now, at the same time, it's also totally fine to say, hey, here's an area I'm not going to learn. I just worked on the Basecamp CLI a bit that we were doing, in part because agents love to use CLIs, and we wanted to give everyone a chance to be able to use Basecamp in this way, and we programmed it in Go. I can read Go. I'm not a Go programmer. And working on that project, I decided, you know what? It's not today or this week or this month I'm going to become a Go programmer. That was a conscious choice. Me not picking up bash for 6 weeks while I was muddling through with AI was not a conscious choice. In fact, if you had asked me at the time, I would have gone like, you know what? If I'm going to work on a distro that's operated in large parts through bash, I should actually understand just the basics of bash. And being conscious about when you're choosing to go, well, do you know what? I'm not going to learn this. I'm not going to get the joy of competence from it, but I'm going to get the surge of something right now because AI is doing it all for me. That's wonderful to do. But out of all those choices, you got to occasionally choose competence. You got to occasionally choose the hard road where you're actually picking up skills that you're internalizing and that you can reuse even if Opus is down. So I think that's where I am too. I'm wavering in between the sheer excitement of these bespoke personal computers where we're getting AI to write software for us. Omachi is existing. I'm reviewing 100 PRs in an hour because all of this research is available at my fingers and I don't have to look up everything, and that's just so wonderful. And then this other side of it being, do you know what? Being competent is fun. I want to be a competent person. I want to be a more competent person now than I was 6 months ago. I want to have picked up some skills that are durable, even if they aren't marketable. And I think that distinction between the durable skills, the enjoyment of competence, and then the market value, we need to be able to distinguish those things. And that's one of the reasons why I started out this morning pointing to those 7 nerds going to the LAN party. That experience of doing something not just because it's going to be profitable, but because it's going to be enjoyable, because it's fun to be not just individually getting better, but be part of a community of people who are interested in getting better, even if that slice of it perhaps can't be commercialized in the same way as it used to do. Now, I totally also then get the anxiety of like, well, what is then going to be commercialized? Like, I can't just be accumulating knowledge and skills if I also want to pay my rent. And I think that's the magic, weird moment that we just don't have the answer for. We don't know what's going to happen. If you had asked me 9 months ago about how quickly things were going to happen, I was going to give you one answer. And then if you had asked me in January, I was going to give you the 180 opposite answer because of the way things have moved. So I don't even know what that means. I don't even know what that conclusion is, in part because I don't think there's a conclusion. But what I am concluding, in part, and this is why I'm leaning so hard into these bespoke computers and Omachi and Omicon in general, is that, you know what, regardless of what happens, I'm just going to choose to be A, optimistic about the future, because if I'm pessimistic about it and it turns out all right, what a waste of time. What a waste of anxiety and nervous energy. And if we are all going to be killed by the T-1000 in a few months, then I can worry about that when the blood is coming out there, right? Like that's the right moment in time if I don't have the power to stop that anyway, and we don't. I think that's the other realization. The movement we're on right now with AI, it's going to happen regardless. So I would take that part of it and embrace the optimism of what that possible future could look, being well aware that you might be delusional, and that's fine. And then also find some niche inside of all of this where you choose to be like, you know what, I don't care what's going to happen. I'm just going to learn Bash. I'm just going to learn Go. I'm going to learn Zig. I'm going to dive deep into bootloaders. I'm going to become really competent at something regardless of whether I can use that for future employment, because that's a way to stay sane. Doing something, actually accumulating knowledge that can be transformed into action for the enjoyment of the movement is a time-tested antidote to despair. To actually do something, to actually move about, and to actually feel like you have some agency in this. And I think Linux is just a great venue for that because there's an endless amount of quests, as I said earlier. Endless amount of rabbit holes, endless amount of opportunities for you to get better at something really esoteric. Something that does not have that value anymore. I think about that with some of these communities I mentioned earlier. Watchmaking. Mechanical watchmaking is a commercial activity. in a very weird sense because it's no longer necessary. Like we don't do watchmaking with the 300 parts that go into a thing because like that's the most efficient way to tell time. Like the time telling has moved on to something else. The same thing with manual photography. There are easier ways to do photos, and there's still people today picking up their first rangefinder and saying, I'm gonna get good at this. I'm gonna get really good at lining up these two ghost images on top of each other. I'm gonna understand the exposure triangle, and I'm just gonna learn it for the sake of it. And I just find an immense amount of sort of satisfaction in humans choosing still to become good at stuff, even when that's no longer a thing. There are people who like horses still. We don't use them for transportation, generally speaking, but lots of people have great enjoyment having that relationship to an animal and finding ways to do it really well. So that's probably where we're going to end up. If we're going to get to utopia, where AI is going to do everything for us, we're still going to then ride horses. We're still going to manually write our little code just for the sheer enjoyment of it. And we better get ready for that being a possibility. So, is that an uplifting place to end? I'm not sure. But I do think it's fascinating in the same sense that like a really good show is. That's what I feel like reality is like right now. I'm like, I want to binge watch and get to the ending. Like, is there a year left? Or are we just about to embark on the most prosperous era in human history? I don't know. It's really fascinating to not have any clue about what the end of 2026 is going to be. So, on that note, I want to thank you all so much for coming to Omicon. I want to thank you so much for taking your time and your interest and your talents to apply it to really awesome bespoke computer systems. And I hope a lot of you have gotten inspired here today to realize that Omachi is yours and you can contribute back to it. And if you know nothing about Bash or if you know nothing about device drivers, you can learn that and you can contribute to it. And we can all have a great time building fantastic computers that we enjoy as the glorious objects that they are, even if they might kill us by the end of the year. So, thank you so much.
Awesome. Yes? Okay. Yeah, he does have a few things that he was going to do next. Yeah. He has some tasks.
We had tasks. And ice. I also think we have ice. Tasks and ice. Actually, do we have any of these keyboards? Okay, let's bring that. So I talked a lot about software as the part of this amazing experience, but I also want to talk a little bit about hardware because there is some wonderful hardware that I did not discover for a very long time while I was stuck in Apple land. One of those things is mechanical keyboards. I don't know how many people are already on the mechanical keyboard train. Yeah, quite a few already, but not everyone. Which is a great satisfaction because if you have not had the privilege yet of touching and hearing the thok of a great mechanical keyboard, you are in for a treat. Like, I literally made it all this way for a very long time without knowing that this joy was available. And my greatest joy of these mechanical keyboards is from a company called Vaxry, which happens to be a Shopify vendor, which is a great tie-in to the space we're in. I love this keyboard so much I bought it 3 times. And we're going to give a bunch of them away. In fact, we got 10 of them right here that we're going to give away to 10 people. Do we have the slide for who won a keyboard? If your name is on here, you can come collect, in my opinion, the greatest low-profile mechanical keyboard that there is. And if you were not one of the lucky winners, Vaxry still has this glorious V1 for sale. Not the V2. It's also a nice keyboard, but not as nice. So get the V1. It's a great keyboard. And if this isn't your taste anyway, and you just want to feel it, you can come up and touch this one. So enjoy.
Awesome. You may notice as well up here this mystery emoji eyes Linux deep. So we've actually planted one fake Arch Linux user in this conference. This is not a joke. He has been among you all day. I'll give you, okay? All day he's been here. He's been talking to you. The first person to come to me and say who you think the fake Arch Linux user was and get it correct will get the last keyboard, okay? So that's actually real. You'll be able to investigate each other and chat a little bit during our follow-up reception hour that we're going to be having upstairs. I will give a little bit more detail as well about the after party, but right now we're going to say goodbye to